I lifted it already from your face.
I need a spit.
And I did it slow.
Okay, can I spit? I need a spit.
Not me. I am going to slam you. Understand that.
I won't spit on you.
Go. Got it? Okay, done? Got it?
I just need to breathe. Hold on a second.
Okay,
I love how he moves out of line of sight.
Get right there.
Okay, go ahead. Straight down. Go ahead. I got you. I'll let you go a little bit, okay?
Gets out of line of
Now
sight.
he's going to finish paperwork. Watch your toe, sweetheart. It's going to get your toe. All right.
Gets out of line of
Now
sight.
he's going to finish paperwork. Watch your toe, sweetheart. It's going to get your toe. All right.
All right.
How much more? I just got a little bit left. I just got to put in the witness and the victim, which is the... Look at back of my car. It is ruined. So you suffer from claustrophobia. That's what this is.
Yeah, but I can't breathe.
There we go. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
I can't breathe.
You're about to get all the air you're going to be able to get. Trust me.
I need to clean up his backpack, Mom.
Let's go.
I can't breathe. Please.
You told yourself to hyperventilate.
Animal transport, yeah.
Please. Help me. Help me, please. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Jesus.
I can't breathe.
Jesus.
Help me. Breathe. Can't breathe. No, I Lord Jesus Christ. Help me. No.
God.
Help. Help. I can't breathe.
Oh my God.
Please help.
You finished?
No,
You finished?
I can't breathe.
All right, here we go.
Here we
I'm
go.
helping you now. Look at all the air you're about to get. What are you doing?
What do you...
You really trying to take that off with your kneecap? It's not going to work.
She's trying to take off the spit mask.
Oh, my goodness.
Help me. I can't breathe.
Oh my God.
Please. Hello. Breathe.
Oh, my God.
We need one of these cops to... the stream on Twitch, 10 gifted, and I'll pepper spray him? Yeah.
It's off the chain.
Hey, where the f we going?
Do that again, and I'm going to...
Hello. Where are we going?
Where are we
jail.
going? Where's the cop? You're going to Dairy
Go
Queen.
ahead.
So you peed in the damn car, too?
I sure did.
Oh, well.
Go ahead.
Oh well, he knows he doesn't have to clean it.
Put the thing on me.
Put the bag on her.
Why you just don't behave? I mean, really, it's unnecessary. Well, I mean, that's you. That's what you want to do.
That's
All right, this will be the end of the video because we have to turn the video because we're inside the facility.
He actually, bro, like... He actually knows.
Unfortunately.
That's insane. Do you really want to
She was charged with the second-degree misdemeanor of disorderly intoxication. After posting bail, a judge found probable cause to justify the arrest and an arraignment date was set. However, just a few weeks later, the state's attorney office officially decided not to pursue the case, and her charges were dropped. Her cash bond that she put up for bail was returned.
Back out into the wild. Oh, there it is. I know. Isn't it so annoying? The cop was narrating. Yeah, dude, like this cop knew it. Who's the genius serving this intoxicated individual? I know, bro. Like that is insane. And like the thing is, what I think is so fucking funny about this is that all of the stuff that happened, like it's never, you never had to have it happen. None of this ever had to happen. But it happened anyway. Oh, wait, yo. Real quick. Where is it? All right. All right, we're gonna do it. I didn't do anything. Okay, all right. So I didn't do anything. Don't touch me. Crying. I'll sue. Resists arrest. No, she didn't really resist arrest. Makes the simple situation worse. Kicks the backseat of the cop car. Refuses to exit. I'm pregnant. Throws items. Bitch. Repeats things. I'm gonna call my lawyer. I don't give a fuck. Cuffs are too tight. Arresting me for no reason. Ignoring the cops. Okay, that one. I don't know how, but we did not actually get a bingo. We almost got a bingo, but we did not get a bingo with that one, which is crazy. I'm surprised. I'm really genuinely surprised. Didn't she resist arrest? Nah, not really. Not really, bro.
I guess between the beaches and the luxury places, it kind of looked like the typical honeymoon phase for an influencer couple. But I guess according to Brooke and her family, that feeling didn't last too long. So the problems didn't really begin until she returned to Dubai for the second visit.
He flies her out again to Dubai, but according to her account, the experience she has is very, very different. She's left alone in an apartment for a lot of the time. There are other people in the apartment. When they do go out, they're accompanied by this other chap.
So she says that William acted completely different from the man that she'd gotten to know during the first trip. And through statements released to the advocacy group detained in Dubai, Brooke alleges that he became controlling and abusive, and that little things started making her feel like something was not right whatsoever.
See?
So one of the biggest red flags was apparently discovering that he'd only booked her a one-way ticket to Dubai.
It's exactly what I said.
Oh, that's not a good sign. Brooke's family also claims that she realized that he had her passport, making it way harder for her to just simply leave and fly home whenever she wanted. And again, these are allegations that haven't been proven in court, but they're central to Brooke's account of what happened next. So her mother says that she noticed a change almost immediately. During Brooke's first visit, she sounded excited and happy whenever they spoke. But on the second trip, those phone calls became very different. According to her mother, Brooke was quieter than usual and seemed very anxious. She also said that her daughter kept insisting that everything was fine, but she could tell something had changed. Then came a phone call that, looking back, has become one of the most important parts of the family story. So her mother says that Brooke was crying uncontrollably. She sounded terrified and repeatedly said that
there's no like text evidence of this, right? I mean, like this is like, I'm not convinced either way right now. I'm not.
Wanted to come home. She also says that she could see one of Brooke's eyes was swollen and beginning to close. And around the same time, detained in Dubai said Brooke had started telling friends that things weren't right and that she needed to get out of Dubai. So the organization also said that Brooke became concerned that she had been lured there under false pretenses, though there's been no public evidence released by investigators supporting this claim. So I mean, regardless of whatever was happening behind closed doors, it's clear that at least at this point, the relationship Brooke had described as the time of her life was, at least according to her account.
She was terrified. Why did she go? The guy baited her with the first time by giving her a really good experience, and then he got her to come back the second time, and that way have her guard down, and then he apparently then was going to probably do whatever he was going to do.
Pretty much over. And now...
Grooming? Yeah.
She wanted to escape.
Like, we always talk about grooming in the context of, like, underage people, but it also happens with adults, too. It's just a term that's a general applicable, like, function.
Then came the night that changed both of their lives forever. So the two went out together the evening to McCafferty's Bar in Jumeirah Village. Brooke alleges that after William had been drinking, an argument broke out and he became violent on the drive back to the apartment. Brooke claims that the assault continued once they got home. And at some point, she says that she decided she needed to leave Dubai altogether. And Brooke managed to arrange a flight back to London with the help of her friends. But there was one major problem. She still needed her passport. They say that she returned to the apartment to collect it, believing that she could just grab her stuff and head straight to the airport. But what happened next is obviously the main part of this entire case, because Brooke says that she was crying, begging for a passport to be returned, when William allegedly attacked her again. She claims that she was punched repeatedly, feared for her life, and reached for a kitchen knife that was within arm's reach. And William then lost his life after being stabbed. But the question is, why? Brooke says she acted in self-defense because she believed
I think if the guy was trying to hit her, she absolutely should have stabbed him. Like, but like, here's the thing, right? Well, let me let it finish. Let me let it play out. She was in danger.
Dubai prosecutors, however, have charged her with premeditated, and that's where this case becomes very difficult to look at. Publicly, authorities haven't really explained what evidence led to them to conclude the crime was premeditated. They haven't released a detailed account of the incident or laid out the theory behind the charge, and they're also pursuing one of the most serious criminal charges possible like under UAE law. After
the thing is also, like, I mean, well, let me just let it finish. I want to play it out.
Brooke made her way to the Dubai International Airport to board a flight back to London that had been arranged with the help of her friends, but she never got on that plane. In the early hours of June 22nd, she was stopped by authorities and arrested. Before long, she was formally charged with premeditated and taken into custody. Brooks' family says that when she was arrested, she still had visible injuries from what they claim happened earlier that night.
Things are very, very different over there, according to the family, and there's this the organisation detained in Dubai. She hasn't had access to a lawyer. She's been asked to sign things in Arabic that she doesn't understand. Even in her battered and bruised state, she was strip searched in a room only by men. Some of them are filming this protest. So it's not the standard of justice in the process that you'd get over here.
And these allegations have not been publicly addressed by the UAE authorities or the UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office has only said that it's assisting a British woman detained in the UAE, supporting her family and communicating with local authorities. And as news of this case spread, people online quickly picked a side. Some looked at the headline, a young influencer accused of stabbing her boyfriend, and assumed the case was open and shut. But I don't think this case is that straightforward, because once you look into this, it's a way bigger mess than what I guess the influencer headline seems like, which is why I wanted to cover this story. Because obviously you have to consider Brooks' injuries, her family's account, and the allegations of abuse. The argument on that side is that the investigators should be treating her as a possible victim of domestic violence rather than assuming that she was the aggressor here. The problem is that the public still doesn't have very many answers that would normally help make sense of a case like this. Like, we haven't seen any evidence other than Brooks' side of the story. And honestly, without that, it's hard to really understand how investigators came to this conclusion. As journalists started digging into both Brooks and Williams' backgrounds, more information about William started coming out. So according to reports in the UK, the 26-year-old had previously been convicted in 2023 of wounding and common assault. And he also got a suspended prison sentence for that. He was also reportedly due to stand trial next year as one of the several people charged following a Kent police investigation into conspiracy to supply, contraband, some of that white powder and the leaf. Obviously, I want to be careful here because this is important. None of that really tells us what happened inside that apartment in Dubai. Obviously, just having a criminal record doesn't mean that someone automatically was the aggressor here. But
let's just think about this for a couple of minutes here, right? Let's just a little bit.
Also, at the same time, it's also a part of the public record, and it's one of the reasons some people argued that Brooks' allegations deserve to be investigated rather than just simply dismissed. And obviously, Williams' family are also dealing with a tragedy of their own. His sister wrote that he wasn't just her brother, but also her best friend. His mother said that she was broken and promised that her family would keep his memory alive. This is all just an important reminder that regardless of how this case ends, one dude lost his life, and another woman is now sitting in a Dubai jail awaiting trial with the worst possible punishment hanging over her head. And now this case moves into a new phase where the courts, not social media, will have to decide which version of events is supported by the evidence. And this is currently where we're stuck, because Brooke, she's a 23-year-old British woman who's now found herself stuck in the UAE with the worst possible charge. If she's ultimately convicted of this charge, reports say that she could face penalty by firing squad. That's crazy and absolutely not something you hear every day. Obviously, that's worst case scenario, but regardless of what she gets, she's still potentially facing the rest of her life in jail. And she's currently claiming self-defense. She's 23 years old, she's thousands of miles from home, and her entire future now depends on what a court decides happened during a matter of minutes inside of one apartment. So whether you believe Brooks' version of events or think the prosecutors have evidence the public haven't seen yet, I think everyone can agree that this is an awful situation to be in. And this is why I think this case deserves to be looked at very carefully instead of reduced to just a headline, which is, again, why I wanted to cover this video. Because, again, the headline is just so shocking.
I think that she probably did do it in self-defense. I do. And I think that Dubai should probably not kill her if they think that there's a plausible chance for that happening. The reason why is that as much as I like the idea of death by firing squad, that's a great idea. I love it. But the problem is that Dubai and the UAE, they're very clearly, and Saudi is the same way, like Qatar is doing the same thing. These are countries that are trying to make themselves more appealing and attractive to tourism and to worldwide audiences coming to these countries and enjoying the rich culture that the countries have, as well as, just the experience of being there. Whenever you put a person in front of a firing squad, when there's so much ambiguity over whether they killed somebody or not, and especially when the person that they did that to had a criminal record previously, and what this would also, to me, this is a big component for me, is that how much of this is documented beforehand, right? Of like her saying that I'm trying to get a plane ticket, because there were communications with her friends. So like, are there communications that were done on text messages, right? Like with her mom, probably not, maybe because boomers don't really use, texting as much. But could you expect that maybe you'd have more texting with the friends talking about this problem getting worse? So there would be more secondary information, because you have to keep in mind that while a lot of these countries like the UAE are becoming more westernized, they're not Western countries. They don't have the same perspective around men and women's rights. They don't. And in some of these cases, men and women don't get treated the same in the justice system. And the problem with that is that if you, like, let's say they kill this girl, that is going to make every other Instagram baddie more afraid to go to Dubai. And is it good for Dubai that Instagram baddies don't want to go there? It's bad for Dubai if Instagram baddies don't want to go there. It's very bad for them. So, because it's all about tourism, right? And so they'll still go. I think less will go, right? It's good. They should already. And so it's good for the world. Well, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Like it's bad for their business model, right? Like if you go there and you hear this story about like, oh my God, this person went there and they got strip searched and all of this other stuff. They got a bad treatment by the legal system. Like if you want to make your city and your country available to the world, you have to make it like applicable to the world. And I understand that every country is going to have its own laws, but whenever you value those laws and you push them, and also like there's just very simply right and wrong. Like I'm going to be honest, I think that the way a lot of those countries handle men and women's disputes is regressive. I think it's massively regressive. It gives men way too much power. And it's basically the opposite problem of what we have. Like we have the same problem where women are granted way too much power in, for example, custody disputes. For example, things like, abuse, like the man is always seen as the bad person. Well, over there, the man is always seen as the good person in a lot of cases, right? Like you need multiple witnesses in order to say that like a man beat you. A woman's testimony is worth 1/4 of a man's in some of these countries. I'm not saying this is the UAE, I'm saying in general. And so like they have this same problem. And I think that fundamentally this is a bad thing. It's a bad thing that they do it that way. And I think it's regressive and wrong. And so like I am arguing from a moral perspective, but I think this is undeniably moral. Like it's an immoral, evil, bad thing to do. So I don't want to see somebody like that get killed. I think it's really dangerous for their entire economy. If they're building their economy off of worldwide tourism, that an altercation like this could result in such a massive mistreatment of a person, because it's going to make people less likely to want to visit that country. Like I'd love to go to Dubai, but if I see more stories like that, I'd be more afraid of going, or I'd have to like maybe hire a security person or somebody else like that to go with me just in order to protect myself. And I mean, I think this is just reasonable that most people would do. So I think that's the reason. There's no evidence that she acted in self-defense. Well, you're not listening, right? So I don't know whether there is or not. And that's why I said it depends. But like whenever I hear that this is a man that flew a girl across the country, like this is very, very typical grooming behavior. I'm basically talking this out as if she didn't do anything wrong. Like, I don't think that, like, for example, like, I think if a man is trying to beat you as a woman and you stab and kill that man, I think that you should go free. I think that there's nothing wrong with that, and it's completely justified. That's my value system. That's what I believe. And so when I hear that somebody could be killed for that, then I think that's the wrong. And as a man too, right? I mean, obviously, like, I mean, there's a degree of, like, you know, that's not true, like with Carmelo Anthony, for example. But, you know, a guy's doing this to you. Yeah, absolutely. Good luck proving it. Yeah, definitely. So why would she premeditate for murder in Dubai? I mean, well, yeah. And so it's like, where's the evidence for this? Like, I mean, and that's what I'm saying, right? Is these countries, you know, again, like, I don't want to, like, it's not like racist or like fucking, like, you know, whatever phobic you want to say, but like, these countries have laws that are really unfriendly towards women. And I think that we all know that. We all know this. And so I think that you should take everything that happens to a person like this with a grain of salt, but also I don't think you should believe the girl either. You think you're misunderstanding the tourism thing? They don't want goy tourism. They want rich tourism. People who have their own security teams. No, they want tourism, period. There are plenty of people that are making $200,000 a year that they would be so happy to have them be there. And those are the kinds of people that get involved in these disputes. Anyway, that's what I think about it, so far at least.
Currently, Brooke is still in custody in Dubai. According to her family, they're raising money for legal costs while trying to get a good representation in the UAE. And the British government has confirmed that it's in contact with local authorities and is providing support to Brooke. If this case does go to trial, the court will have to answer the question that everyone online has already been arguing about. Was this deliberate, or was this an act of self-defense?
And we don't have the evidence to really prove that. We don't, because I bet it's in the text messages, the calls, the fact that she booked the flight, the way her body looked whenever she was taken by the police, all of these things. We don't have any of these things. And those are the things that I would really base the decision off of.
Right now, we have no idea to know. You do have to be a special kind of stupid, though, to travel to the UAE and commit premeditated, though. But
yeah,
again,
I mean,
currently, we're only sitting with Brooke's side of the story. But obviously, as more evidence comes out, the picture could easily change. There may be witness statements, forensic evidence, phone records, or even surveillance footage. But for now, Brooke is still saying that she acted in self-defense. And prosecutors maintain that she committed premeditated. And I guess, again, until more information is made public, that's really where this case stands. So, hey, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
I'm super divided on this, but I am more on her side than not. But again, I think that all of the real things that would change your mind are not available, right? Why is saying premeditated murder? It's just murder. She's claiming self-defense. Well, because premeditated murder is different than just murder. Like, basically, if you plan to kill somebody, it's worse than if you just kill somebody. Like, I mean, obviously, right? Because, like, what's the, like, it's like a threat level thing. Is a person who's planning to kill people and then killing them more threatening than a person who's killing people, right? It's the intent behind it. I think that's really it. Passion murders too. Yeah, a crime of passion, etc. It's mitigating circumstances. Yes, going to Dubai or a first mistake. I wouldn't go to Dubai expecting fair treatment. Well, that's the problem, though, right? Is if Dubai wants to be a tourism capital for the world, which is very clearly what they want to be. Like, make no mistake, Dubai wants to be a place that tourists go and that people want to go and experience Dubai. They want to be that. If you want to be that, you can't put a woman in front of a firing squad because she's saying that she's getting assaulted by her boyfriend. You cannot do that because it will scare people. They won't want to go there. That's it. And I think that's very reasonable. Like, I mean, I would feel that way. I mean, there you go. And they won't prioritize women over their beliefs. Well, it's not about prioritizing women. It's about prioritizing money. Because again, like, there's a reason why they have like ladies' night at fucking at bars. It's so they can get chicks to come in, and then guys go in because there's a bunch of chicks there. So like, no guy wants to go in there. Like, there's like, you don't understand. Like, there's a lot of guys that want to go to different places in the world because they think they can meet up with different girls. Like, this is a huge thing for guys that have a lot of disposable income. It's a massive thing. And so if you don't have, you know, a bunch of hoes around, then it's going to look bad. it's going to look bad. And if the hoes are getting killed and you're shooting all the hoes, then they're not going to show up anymore. Passport bros? Yeah, literally. That's this is like an offshoot of that, but like, yes, the fundamental concept of that is what I'm really trying to say. You're right. It's also known women get sentenced to prison after they literally are raped because Islam is, and the fault is women for being raped. Not always. That's not always the case, but in a lot of cases it is true. But, again, Pakistan, for example, executed rapists as well. So like, it's not true. Yeah, it's like that. It's true, but it's misleading to say that, right? But anyway, I will look at a few other posts and stuff like that too, because I've been, just kind of fucking looking at this other random shit. If she supposedly killed the dude in the apartment, then how'd they find the body before she boarded the plane? Yeah, that's what I do. And then I'd find the people that were doing it, because, you know, you have like a million different types of like facial recognition software, and then I'd just go to their houses and charge them. And I'd put all of them. Then what I would do is that I wouldn't do ankle monitors anymore. I would do neck collars. I'm not kidding. I would put neck collars and shock collars on every single one of them. And I would say, you have to clean up this entire fucking thing. And if you go off the premises, we're going to zap the fucking shit out of you until you're done. I would. Yep. The educators. Yep, that's right. Just like Iran? No, not just like Iran. These are people looting. Like, if this was, so I think it's fundamentally like very different. Like, whenever you're destroying private businesses and you're destroying random property and hurting random people, that's fundamentally different than whenever like the Iranian people were rioting against the government specifically, right? Like, this is a profoundly different thing. And also, these people can vote. Iranians can't vote. So I don't, I hold Americans to a higher standard than I hold other people in other countries to. And the reason why is because we have democratic representation and other countries don't have democratic representation. So when I see a country like, you know, for example, like Serbia or like Turkey, right? Turkey had that issue where they put the other guy in jail, or Indonesia, or, let me think. Venezuela had this issue. Mexico is like, it's middle ground, right? Nepal, I don't know about Nepal, right? And so Brazil, I don't know about Brazil or Singapore either. But like those countries, like I don't hold them to the same standard that I hold Americans to, because they don't have the privilege of democracy and a representative government that they can use to change things in a diplomatic way. Does that make sense? That's the reason why I think that, like, you know, whenever you, like, the reason why you have a diplomatic, you know, government is so you can basically inoculate yourself from political, you know, uprisings. It's so basically you don't have to have a political uprising. You can just simply have a, you know, a voter uprising. Does that make sense? But what should a mother of 5 boys tell them to do? What are they supposed to do? The only thing that they can do is rob the CVS and get shot by the police. That's the only thing that they can do. There's nothing else they can do besides that. And that's it. They have to rob the CVS.
Leave the area.
Oh my God. These people are going to be the reason why we get Face ID everywhere? Yeah, it's the same thing I've said about the UK. You can ban all the ninja swords you want, but it's not going to make a difference because you don't need to ban the ninja swords. You need to ban the ninjas. That's the problem. What is this? As someone who's been to Newport Beach many times over, the 4th of July, it's sad to see. This is not the norm I was seeing. Not one of these people live here, but the failed policies of weak parenting, weak California governing, and just piece of shit human beings. I have kids at this age. They don't act like this. So please don't tell me it's an age thing. I used to, I would be doing the teen takeovers if I was a teenager. I would be. But the reason why is because I knew I would get away with it. If I knew that the police officers would shoot you if you did this stuff, or you'd actually go to jail, or they'd put a shot collar on you and like make you clean everything up and then put you in prison, I wouldn't do it. I think that really, you know, like consequences inform behavior. So when you have people like this that are doing this stuff, the reason why they're doing it is because they think they can get away with it. There's an incentive structure. There's an incentive with everything. You'd be the only white in the takeover? It is overwhelmingly black. I mean, I've seen like...
Hey, he didn't pick it up. It's not him. He just picked it up.
Yeah. Usually is. Yeah, I mean, the teen takeovers, I mean, I think that we everybody knows this, right? I mean, like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I'm pretending not to see it. I'm pretending not to notice it, right? But, like, very clearly, the teen takeovers are, like, overwhelmingly 90+% black. And in a lot of these cases, they're, like, 100% black. It's organized? Yeah. It's mob mentality. Doesn't matter what it is. Can't have it. Especially for 4th of July, you know? What the fuck is a teen takeover? It's just a riot, basically. Yeah, that's it. It looks to me like people could be racist to them while at the same time you also defend them because shit like this. Well, I think that my point is that, like, I mean, I would have done stuff like this as a kid, and the reason why is because I could get away with it. I think that, you know, again, reinforcement follows you know, behavior. Behavior follows reinforcement is a better way to say it. And so, like, you're gonna have this happen. I'll look at these, Nomad. I will. Let me see this. 2nd-generation Moroccan migrants attacking French drivers after Morocco defeated Canada in the World Cup. I mean, that doesn't seem like it's that bad, really. Like, I mean, it's bad, but it's not that bad. But like, it just seems like they're kind of just joking. Like, it's not good, right? It's obviously not good. But like, I mean, it's not good, right? It's obviously not good, but like, I mean, comparatively, there's the ones that are way worse. Dutch police are beating and arresting Moroccans who took to the streets of the Netherlands to celebrate. Let me see. Whack-a-mole. Yep. Got his ass. Oh my God. Wearing a dress. What are you doing wearing a dress? Wearing a dress. What are you doing wearing a dress? Oh my God. Ninja Gaiden IRL, yeah. Man, at least they're getting them. That's good. Oh my God. Thank God. They gotta go after these people more. Yeah, finally this is happening. Oh my God. It should have happened a long time ago. And yeah, let me go and find this. But no, I think that the US one is like way worse. Like in my opinion, like this is just like, that's crazy, right? Doing that to a police officer, like, and it's what I said, it's a female police officer. I've said it before, and you can't have that happen. And let me see if I can pull up the stuff about this, because that's what's happened. And where the fuck is it? This is the same one, I'm pretty sure. I'll see if I can look it up. Yeah, just deport them? Yeah, right? And what is this here? North Charleston confiscated 4 guns and a homemade Oh my God. Oh, are you, who brings, like, what is this? What year is this? By the way, so this won't work, okay? So the reason why it won't work is because it's going to just get pushed forward whenever it actually gets pushed into it. So what you either have to do is you can split the wood down the middle and then put it inside of that, the same as you do with an axe head, or you would have to attach it directly inside the wood directly. It's the same reason why whenever you punch somebody, you have to punch them with like your middle 2 or like your middle 3 knuckles, and you never want to hit them with this one or with this one. It's because they're not reinforced by your wrist. And so, like, because how do I know this? Because I used to be a caveman. I used to be a caveman. Like, this is the way, like, do you think I never built one of these? You think I never made a shank before? Of course I did. Yeah, no, we did this all the time. I'd be out in the backyard making spears, making swords, and my mom would be like, oh, that's nice. They're doing something. Anyway, I'm smoking cigarettes, watching Alex Jones. Everything's fine. You know, that was it. And so anyway, we're all cavemen at heart. So this is, again, the cavemen that did this were naturally selected, okay? Anybody that made a spear like this back 7,000 years ago was naturally selected. Is this the whole thing? Oh my God. Oh my God. This, so she tried to grab her, and then, oh my God. Honestly, this woman needs to be taken out of the police force. She does. They need to take her out of the police force. You obviously don't have the physical capacity to be a police officer. You don't. I mean, like, you're not there. I mean, like, if we had, listen, if you had some 6'3" Amazonian goddess that was like just throwing these people down, that used to be like a former wrestler or like volleyball player, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But you can't be bringing in these 5'3", 110-pound, like, just random women and having them be police officers. It's not going to work. Yeah, if it was Brienne of Tarth, then it would be fine. But, like, we've got to be honest here. A 5'5", 125-pound police officer isn't going to be able to do shit. Even a man would have problems with 4v5? No, man. I have seen, dude, some of these police officers, I have seen these dudes go, like, 'cause it's like the guys that are like, you can tell because they always have tattoos all over them. And it's like this dude is fucking, like, you know, 6'2". He's like 270 pounds. And there can be like 3 or 4 guys and he just takes them down. It doesn't fucking matter, man. Yeah, wasn't Ronnie Coleman a police officer, right? And so, yeah, it was nothing. Wait, Brock Lesnar's in the police department? Yeah, exactly. Not Chihuahua, the Timu police. I know, bro. Like, it's just embarrassing to see this happen. Oh my god. And I'm sure there's a few more of these here. Is there
a serious charge? A serious charge. That shit ridiculous, man.
What's this Sesame Street voice?
That's ridiculous.
Who talks like this?
A serious charge.
Oh my god. Ronnie Coleman says he was upset no one ever resisted. It was always peaceful. Isn't it crazy? Is that true? Is it true that, yeah. Nobody ever resisted. That's crazy. Why is that? Like, I wonder why. That's crazy. No shit. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, wow. And you see how he looks now? Yeah, he's been in a wheelchair for a while. And yeah, it fucked him up, man. But I mean, again, I wonder if he regrets it. I bet. Hasn't Ronnie Coleman won more Mr. Olympias than anybody else? I think he has. It's like him and then Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, I'm pretty sure he has. Yeah, the dude is a fucking, is like a god. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, it's on YouTube. Exactly, right? He said he doesn't regret it. Fucking base, bro. Exactly. Just doesn't regret it. Yeah, there it is. My dad said the same thing. Like, he said the same thing. He was, you know, like, he couldn't move his neck. He couldn't move his back. All of his, you know, like, his spine was all fused together. And, you know, he couldn't bend down. He couldn't look too much in one way or another. He's on painkillers all the time. I'm like, Pa, you regret it? He's like, the only thing I regret is I can't be doing it right now. He'd be still getting in bar fights and shit like that, even whenever he was 78 years old. So that was it. He regrets the surgeries? Yeah. I think there's a lot of guys that feel that way. Absolutely. And yes, if I'm Ronnie talking about being a cop, or which mod should I send it to? Well, I don't know. But anyway, no, this is just, it's so embarrassing to see this shit happen. It really is. Like, you've got to do something about this, man. You really do. Like, this is just so, like, I mean, this spear too, like, honestly, the spear needs to be addressed. It does. And put the American shirt back on, you commie. Actually, this is the French shirt, by the way. It's not American. And Casey Tron got banned. I saw that. But yeah, anyway, yeah, these team takeovers are so fucking embarrassing, man.
This TikToker and small business owner decided to make a 20+ part series about her nightmare roommate in New York City and ended up going viral for all the wrong reasons. And this is even though she managed to raise a few $1,000s on GoFundMe. But I guess what she described the whole ordeal as traumatizing made people go, okay, wait a second, what actually happened? And when people started figuring out what was actually happening, the backlash outweighed the support. And I guess ever since then, she's been laying low on her social media, especially now that her old roommate Marlon and her best friend have weighed in with posts of their own, recounting the experiences and essentially telling EK, the subject of today's video, that she really needs to start looking for a job. And that should apparently be a priority rather than running to social media.
A sublet I met about a month ago made a 30-part TikTok series about me, and I want to address a few things.
And this, honestly, from what I've seen of it, is a cautionary tale about oversharing online and how more often than not, it can actually lead to you really just hurting yourself more than anything. Because I guess you could argue, at least in the moment, it feels good to have people in your community, I guess, help you with some support and so on and so on. But once your video breaches the containment zone into the World Wide Web, which videos inevitably do if they are potent enough, and you then risk the narrative being completely flipped. And there's a very real risk of that happening, and in this case, it absolutely did. And because of that, the narrative got 100% flipped. So now, essentially, a whole bunch of people are just dunking on her. Okay, so to go from the start, this all started back at the end of May, when EK, known online as Cozy Grocery, came online on her fire escape and announced that she's been blindsided by her roommate and was kicked out at the end of June.
24 hours ago, I was told by my current roommate that I was getting kicked out at the end of June.
So obviously, this was a good hook. People were like, okay, what happened here? And EK is a self-described artist that has been living in New York for a little bit over a year. Her full-time job is making cat worry stones, which I guess is a sensory fidget thing.
Hi, my name is EK, and I make worry stones out of polymer clay. I'm a full-time artist in New York City, and I've been living here for the last year.
She apparently also had a video on them go sort of viral viral on TikTok and Instagram and ended up finding a little bit of success selling her worry stones and decided to make that her full-time job. So she says that for the last year and a half, she's been bouncing around from sublet to sublet just trying to find a home.
Sacrificed a lot of stability for this. None of this last year has been easy for me. I have lived in 5 different sublets, just bouncing around trying to find home.
Which I can imagine is only extremely frustrating. Unfortunately, however, after 6 sublets, it looked like she was about to be out of a place to stay once again. So 6 sublets in like a year, that's a lot of moving. And according to EK, it was all because of her evil roommates. So she began a story saying that she was being kicked out, but then detailed a bunch of little things her roommate was apparently doing to make her feel uncomfortable and policed.
And it felt like she started policing me over things that were so elementary. I'm about to turn 30. This person is mid-20s, but acting like they're in high school. She would not allow me to store things on the top 2 shelves in the cabinet because it, quote, stresses her out. When I moved in, I had a different dish rack than her, the one that has walls on this side. She just had a flat dish rack where she would just kind of awkwardly and haphazardly pile up the dishes. And I was like, hey, I've got this other dish rack. Would you be open to us giving it a try? Immediately, she shut it.
Which is interesting because at the time she was also posting videos about how she could finally let her nervous system rest at this current apartment.
This is my room, and oh, she's beautiful. And because I feel so safe and happy here, my nervous system is at rest for the first time in years. And so I'm able to finally notice things that I've otherwise overlooked.
Regardless, she focused on things like them having different dish racks. But ultimately, she says that she reached out to talk about communication. And this is when she found out the roommate was looking for a new roommate to join the lease once EK's sublet was up.
This is exactly what I said. I have nothing to hide. She immediately came back with this, announcing that she was still looking for someone else to live with her. This is the first that I'm hearing of this. I thought everything was fine.
Now, this is important and will come up later, but EK was subletting and knew that her lease was up in June. She says there was a verbal agreement, but they would re-sign in July together, but ultimately, that's never a guarantee with being a sublet. At the end of the first video, she teases the fact that she spoke with the previous roommate that she replaced, and I guess it explains so much, and then announced that she would be dropping part 2 tomorrow.
I got some tea from the girl who lived before me, and it gave so much context into some intuition that I had about my roommate, as well as what my role was in this scenario. Okay, here we go.
Okay, I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't tease part 2 unless I thought part 1 was actually going to get people talking and asking for more. So she's clearly trying to drive engagement and I guess people to follow so they don't miss it. Who knows? Maybe she's trying to plug her little her fidget toys. But this is one of the big reasons why I think EK is facing so much backlash, because she's trying to make a whole spectacle out of this. Because I guess it's one thing to vent frustrations online, which honestly, in my opinion, is still dumb, but I guess it's totally different if you're using it intentionally to, I guess, farm content and clickbait, especially when it's about yours and other people's personal life that are not public people. And of course, not only that, but she's also posting this on her art/business page. But the second video was very similar to the first one. She just vents more and has a bunch of gripes that she had with a roommate and insinuates that the reason they didn't click was because EK wasn't going to let her mooch.
The person who lived here before me, she did not realize how much this roommate was mooching off of her. She would cook for them often, clean up after the girl. When I moved in, I feel like she is going to expect us to share food. And I find out that she used to share food with the roommate before me. And so when she found out that I wasn't going to be sharing my food with her, I think that must have been when it shifted.
Basically, she doesn't want to share food or do her roommate's dishes, which, I mean, I guess is fair, but also if you're hoping to get along and get a lease permanently, arguing over small stuff like that won't help you. Also, I feel like most people have had roommates before. Some days you just do the heavy lifting, and other days your roommates do the heavy lifting for you. That's just life. Regardless, while EK has been sharing screenshots throughout these first 2 posts, they're mostly just regular roommate stuff. And I'm sure most people have had these awkward confrontations with roommates that don't see eye to eye, especially in any major city.
It's like, are we for real? Did I do something that offended you? Because I really want to stay. I'm very happy here.
But apparently part 3 is where EK actually starts to show the receipts of her roommates flip-flopping and on whether she's going to be moving out or not. And at this point, a lot of people are on her side.
So so I was like, when were you going to tell me this? Because until I texted you, this is the first time hearing about it. Funniest thing was her just being like, well, it's not set in stone. I'm just looking. I was like, oh, but it has to be. It has to be set in stone. I could have been a week out from thinking that we were re-signing and, oh, surprise, actually not going to be living here anymore. I was like, I've been through this multiple times. I started looking for a new place in March.
Because to be fair to her, if you were under the assumption that you were going to be re-signing, it would absolutely sting to find out that not only are you going to not re-sign, but you also have to find a new place to live. But also that your roommate straight up dislikes your personality enough to where you have to vacate after a month. So does it warrant bringing all this online? I don't know. I don't think so. But things start getting a little murky in the text when the roommate starts offering for EK to stay, and instead she'll leave and find both a new roommate and also a new apartment.
You and said she thought you were cool. I get this text. What if you stay instead and I leave? I was so shocked at how quickly she folded.
Okay, so what's going on here then? Regardless, unfortunately, EK continues talking about her roommate's toxic behavior, again, insinuating that she's unhealed and that's why she's acting the way that she is. Also, I hate when people just use therapy speak to like try to find some sort of moral high ground with people. It's just so disgusting.
And I want a big life, and I know I will have it because I know I am light. I am love incarnate.
We all have the capacity and the ability to have that. This person has the capacity and the ability to do that if she does the work. Accept a lot of from your past, accept it about yourself, be very kind to yourself.
This is such a strange, unfounded diagnosis of a girl that I guess she's been sharing a kitchen and living room with for like, what, 40 days? This just reeks of narcissism. Well, the video ends with a lot of EK patting herself on the back and dropping some girl boss quotes like, you messed with the wrong in the wrong era. Again, reeks of narcissism.
I am so powerful and magnetic, and I have been told by too many people that I'm not and that I don't deserve to take up space. I don't deserve to eat. I deserve to eat. And I ate. I didn't do anything to her. She dug this grave for herself. You started the morning saying that you were talking to 3 different people about signing the lease with you, and now you are the one moving out. That's karma. I'm your karma for over your last roommate. You messed with the wrong in the wrong era.
Imagine you still want to live with someone and then they start posting your texts and quoting dramatic lyrics as content on their work page. What? I mean, this would cause anyone to scramble to find some new living situation, whether she gets to stay or ends up leaving. You just don't want to be around this kind of person. But I guess over the next multiple videos, EK continues sharing texts where she says that her roommate continues to flip-flop and drag her feet, sending photos and so on and so on.
Over this last week, I've been waiting for her to send photos of her room so I can make a post and look for my own roommate. She said that she would text her yesterday asking when she was going to send the photos. Yesterday was Wednesday. She said, I'll send them on Monday. I'm like, it's like 3 photos. Why is it going to take you the entire weekend? And didn't give me a good answer. And I was like, that's sus. Maybe she is still looking for a roommate to fill my room here. She wanted to talk in person. I said no. I'm not comfortable with that. And I have every right to say no. So she sends this text. Just so we're clear, my plans aren't finalized yet. And if I stay, we're not renewing. Like, no shit.
Okay, remember, like, this roommate is the one on the lease, so it's ultimately her choice what happens. But EK remains firm in her opinion that the roommate is doing this intentionally to F with her peace. What?
I think she's doing this intentionally to with my mind and joy and peace, and I'm not going to let her do that.
Yeah, there's a lack of empathy here. I mean, of course, there's no chance her roommate could also be struggling to find a new place to live and doesn't want to jump ship yet. Like, what? It sucks for whoever has to move. But unfortunately, this is also the reality of being on a sublease. You don't have the same protections as the person on the lease.
As of this morning, I received a text from her that she is now going to be staying. That really sucks because she confirmed in writing that she was leaving. I'm like, I don't think you can just change your mind like this, especially after you emailed management. I'm talking with the landlord. I'm trying to figure out tenant rights. It's turned into a whole thing, and it did not need to be.
Okay, I get that EK is annoyed when her roommate confirmed that she would be leaving and then changed her mind. Obviously, using the word confirm when you're not actually sure, that's going to upset the other person. But it's also insanely ironic to say it turned into a whole thing it didn't need to be when EK was the one who brought it up on social media. But keep in mind, all of this has happened within a week or so. Like, it wasn't a month of the roommate going back and forth. It was potentially, what, like 10 days or something like that? This is still June 8th, meaning EK has the rest of the month to try and figure things out. And of course, days go by, but the arguments that EK continues to showcase are more about them communicating.
Said that I was too stern in my text, and I was like, how? Because I am just talking logistics. She's wanting to have some Heart to heart, be vulnerable as a woman. I'm just asking for photos so I can make a listing. I think she's doing this intentionally.
Okay, I think it's time to start looking for a new living situation. Like, put down TikTok and open Zillow or something. Obviously, I don't blame this girl for trying to avoid texting EK, considering she's posting all of their screenshots online. What? But finally, on June 15th, it was decided that EK was going to be the one to stay if she qualified.
And I've heard from the landlord, not her, that she is now leaving once again. And I have 24 hours to find a new roommate to take her place in order to keep the place for myself.
And I guess everything really popped off when EK found a new roommate and applied for the lease herself instead as a subletter. And this is when everything really hit the fan.
Landlord now for the last 48 hours, because they were like, you need to find a roommate in less than 24 hours, or you need to find a personal guarantor in order for you to keep the place for yourself. And I'm like, you didn't even let me know 2 weeks ago if I was going to be able to stay or not. And I've just been sitting here emailing y'all every day, trying to get a response on things. And now y'all want to be rushed. And so I did the impossible. I found a roommate in less than 24 hours. I interviewed one person through FaceTime and just trusted my gut. She submitted her stuff and they were like, okay, we need you to resubmit. I was like, why? I submitted 2 months ago and y'all approved me. So I submit and they're now like, you guys make under the income that you need. And I'm like, what the do you mean? I did the math. We make over the amount. Also, I've been here for 2 months and I've been paying rent on time. That should amount for something.
Turns out the landlord was raising the rent and EK didn't have the income to qualify.
I'm on the brink of losing my housing and I don't know what to do anymore. And I was given 24 hours to find a new roommate and I wound up finding someone, which was really great. I warned her up front that leave if this is too much. The drama has been stupid. She did wind up backing out and I reassured her. I was like, there are no hard feelings. I don't wish this stress on anyone. I'm now facing this final week by myself. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Okay, I'm not gonna knock her hustle because I have a whole bunch of friends who make income in very oddball ways, but sporadically making polymer clay cats, that might not consistently bring in enough money the way a regular day job does to qualify for a lease in one of the most expensive cities in the world. Yeah. And I guess a lot of people were also clowning EK at this point for quoting Mondami's Nick speech about New Yorkers having their backs up against the wall but seemingly refusing to get a job beyond her art.
I don't have like all of the words memorized, but he was like, what is New York if not your back is up against the wall, your dream just out of reach, unsure how you'll make your next rent payment, and looking at those 99.6% odds that are against you and smiling because in that 0.4% New Yorkers find a way.
And obviously the art thing is cool, but if you can't afford to provide yourself in the city you want to live in, you need to find a job to where you can at least have a baseline and then you can work on your art on the side and hopefully that income will outpace your job and then you can fully rely on that. But until then, you're just going to be torturing yourself by jumping from sublease to sublease. But people are also pointing out the fact that she's a transplant crying about the very common experience of struggling to find stable housing in New York. Because again, New York is like one of the most expensive cities in the world. It is a massive privilege to be able to live there, especially in a good area there. And very few people actually have the income to be able to do so comfortably. But regardless, EK made a GoFundMe so she could pay the total rent herself if it came to that and ended up making a few $1,000s before she closed it.
A few days ago, I wound up starting a GoFundMe to help raise money and try to get the apartment to myself for a month, like to buy me time. I pay that rent and the security deposit, and I may have to pay for a guarantor, and it's a lot of money that I don't have because I've had a roommate, and so I'm not paying that much.
But I guess once viewers found out that she was asking for people to crowdfund her rent while she didn't actually work, the backlash really started hitting. And this is also when the roommate Marlon herself spoke out about this in 2 videos, basically just making fun of the situation and telling EK that she doesn't owe her anything.
A sublet I met about a month ago made a 30-part TikTok series about me, and I want to address a few things. We're gonna keep it short and straight to the point because 30? I genuinely don't know how any of this is my fault. You started subleasing a few weeks ago. A sublease is temporary by definition, meaning I don't owe you You are not entitled just because you moved in. I feel like I gave you plenty of notice and time to make arrangements so that when you re-sign the lease, you won't be stressed out. You even admitted that you found someone within a day. The real issue is that the rent increased and now you need to qualify for the lease yourself. and that is not my problem.
Now, okay, I have to admit that it sort of seems like with the ending in jokes that she is more trying to capitalize on the situation for her own social media, and I don't really blame her because that's what the first person did.
You have moved 5 times within a year. At this point, babe, there's a common denominator, and it's definitely not the people that you're subleasing from. I feel like at this point it's you. What sucks is that you made 30 videos about me consecutively, wishing bad upon me, saying I'm getting karma, calling me names, calling me out of my name. I don't even know you, babe, and you don't even know me. I just met you a month ago.
So I mean, hey, it's fair game. If someone's blasting you online for social media gain, you might as well blast them back for some social media gain.
People have asked you multiple times, why don't you get an actual job? And your response is always, I'm an artist. There is plenty of artists in New York City that still have regular jobs, because they know rent needs to be paid at the end of the day. And instead of finding a job, you decide to basically scream, call me out of my name, say that I am a nightmare roommate, blaming me for not wanting to re-sign the lease with you, which is crazy. I feel like if you started a GoFundMe that said, I can't afford rent right now, that's one thing. But because you switched the narrative and basically stated you are trapped in a traumatized, abusive situation with your roommate because I'm choosing to leave is completely different.
And not to mention, I mean, she is correct by saying sublets are temporary by definition, and she doesn't owe EK anything since, you know, she's not on the lease. But this doesn't invalidate the fact that she did flip-flop in the screenshots, and she doesn't seem to want to address that. Like telling someone that they have to leave and then changing your mind and going, actually, you stay, actually, no, I'm leaving. I mean, that would be infuriating to anyone. But then things got even worse when Marlon's friend made her own video about the whole situation that was more or less a dunk fest on EK.
A 30-year-old woman has been having a public meltdown on TikTok for a month because my best friend and decided not to re-sign her lease so that she could move in with me. And this woman has somehow convinced a bunch of people to give her thousands of dollars by lying.
You know, she slammed her art, the GoFundMe, the fact that she wasn't from New York, and her unwillingness to work.
A few weeks ago, Marlon finds a place in Manhattan with me and officially tells EK, like, hey, I'm gonna be leaving. EK starts to crash out because they don't have a job, they sell keychains, and they don't have, like, the base stubs needed to qualify for an apartment. So she started a GoFundMe claiming the landlord is evil and that my friend put her in a horrible, traumatizing situation, although all my friend did was say, I'm moving out. Started a GoFundMe saying my landlord is an evil slumlord. The landlord is like, hey, can you maybe qualify for the apartment? Like, hey, could you please send me a pay stub perchance? Like, the evil slumlords trying to remove me from my city. Your city? Baby, me and you both were from Georgia.
And all of this just continued to turn the tides further on EK. But since then, EK made a video thanking people for their support, but has taken a step back from social medias as well as closing the GoFundMe. Currently, she has her comments limited on Instagram, so they are mostly just supportive. But TikTok, on the other hand, is a very different story. Comments are berating her left and right, but still, she leaves the videos up. Like I said, this is a great example of why you shouldn't bring everything to social media. It often just explodes in your face, and it's just contributing to people not trusting one another. Like, why bring any minor personal dispute you have with someone on other people's For You
this is the beginning of the end. And really, if you look at especially their staffing before COVID and now, it's pretty obvious that they kind of overhired. But at the same time, I think that we are seeing a very big recalibration. I think that for anybody who had a brain or a set of eyes, this was kind of obvious that it was happening. You can't have a $100 million studio that releases a video game and the game gets 3,000 concurrent players. It's just really not... you're just not making enough money there, right? It's just that simple. So this is what's happened, I think, for quite a while. And people have been trying to, I guess, like, you know, warn people, hey, look, this isn't working. These games aren't working. And today I just woke up. I didn't stream today because I wanted to lay in bed all day. But I was laying in bed and I was reading Twitter. That's usually what I do for stream research. And I saw that there's another company, id Software. I think it's ID or id. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. But it's the people that made Doom: The Dark Ages. Also, they're doing huge layoffs. And people are like, oh my God, this is such a shock. I said, really? Are you sure it's a shock to you? Look at the amount, like, I bet the pre-orders for the expansion for the game that come out today, like, nobody gives a shit. The pre-orders are probably, like, really low. And then the game launched to, like, a, 30,000 player audience on Steam. And I know somebody's gonna say, oh, but Game Pass, oh, you could play it on Game Pass. Yeah, you could play Expedition 33 and Stalker 2 on Game Pass too. It doesn't mean that a lot of people didn't still buy it on the fucking PC. So, the reality is on Steam, I mean to say. So the reality is that, yes, I do think this is a good metric. And, you know, every time that there's one of these games that comes out and they're like, oh, well, no, this isn't a good way to look at it or whatever, it just seems to be proven right sooner or later, but one way or another, the outcome is the same. So where does this really lead us? Where are we going? Where is the video game industry going? I want to talk about it on a macro level, on an economic level, for marketing, on like mid-level games, small games, etc., right? So I think that basically, if you want to take big picture, and then we can kind of distill down from that, the first thing that I think that a lot of these companies are trying to do is they're trying to become platforms. They don't necessarily want to be, I'm talking about Sony and Xbox primarily, and there's also going to be large PC companies that are going to be doing things that are similar to this, such as Epic Games with Fortnite. What they're really trying to do is they're trying to capitalize on being an ecosystem that people use their software and their hardware ecosystems in order to enable them to take a piece out of the pie of Fortnite transaction fees, right? And same as Roblox or anything else. Why would they want to go and do all this other crazy, you know, put all this work into everything whenever all they need to do is just make something that people can buy and then they can coast off of Genshin Impact waifu sales forever. So that's, I think, the direction that they're trying to go in, and that's the reason why they're trying to move all of these studios off of being first platform and into being third platform. It's because basically now, if you're the captain, you've got to go down with your ship. And if it sure seems like the way that things are going, there's a lot of sinking ships. I mean, I saw some of these games. Like, there was this one game, they canceled the studio, right? Or they had it go independent. Okay, this is like, okay, we're gonna send you out on a life raft into the North Sea, and no, we're not killing you. You can go out there. I want you to go to the North Pole and meet Santa Claus. You know, and I wonder what's gonna happen, right? And so this company, they made a video game, and it was about making pottery, and it was like a Mario Party pottery. It was the most Reddit fucking game I've ever heard of in my life. And I remember watching it and thinking to myself, like, does anybody give a fuck about this? And I looked at the Steam chart, and it sure seems like they didn't. There's like 200 people that played the game. So how is it that you can make a video game that, like, if you were to make a Venn diagram between people that obsessively collect Funko Pops and people that like this video game, you'd have a circle, and you think this is going to massively sell and it's going to keep your studio afloat? And I understand that people think that, and there's a lot of blame. I think this is unfair. There's a lot of blame towards Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer used to be the guy in charge of Xbox. Well, guess what? I'm sure Phil Spencer didn't tell them, no, guys, it's great for you to make $3 million whenever you spend $50 million. Oh no, there are no performance expectations. We just want you to make video games that nobody likes. This is what we want. We want you to take your remember your 6th grade theater project idea? Well, we want you to make that a video game. I don't think Phil Spencer was saying that, but apparently that's what a lot of these companies were hearing. And so you have all these companies that are making these games for nobody. Nobody gives a shit. And then now you have, and I think that there is a lot of institutional ideological capture. I talk about this a lot, and that's because I think it's a much bigger threat and a much bigger problem than you guys might imagine. So this is a good example, right? So you have these video game companies that are talking about, oh, well, we won these awards. Well, then you're winning the awards from the people that are benefiting from the access journalism into your fucking video games, and then they give it positive reviews, and then after that, you give them credibility, and then you give them, like, privileges, and then they give your video game award. And so it's like the most embarrassing, hipster, liberal version of the human centipede that you can ever... Yeah, it's the human centipede, but it's rainbow colored, okay? So, guess what? I don't think a lot of people like that. You have, effectively, capitalism that's been replaced by credentialism. And the problem is the credentials are fake, but the numbers, the money is still real. And that's the problem, is that you can give out as many special awards, and you have these, I read this, I'm gonna get triggered, is that there is an IGN article talking about, oh my God, oh no, these video games that won all these awards, they won all the awards and they're losing. Yes, because nobody gives a fuck what the awards are. You invented these awards, you invented criteria, you invented these credentials, and you built an entire ecosystem, and it's nothing. It doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. But these people think that they can build basically a, elaborate tapestry of fake credentials that they can insulate themselves from the effects of the accountability of capitalism. That's what's happening. And now the chickens have come home to roost. And it's a pecking party. And I'm happy to see it. I'm very happy to see it. I'm so glad all these nasty, retarded, useless, shitty fucking devs. And also, by the way, I understand people get sometimes triggered whenever I say stuff like that. They say, well, you can't say that because there's a lot of actually good devs and they're following bad decisions. I think that you're definitely right to some extent, but I don't think that you're right to as big of an extent as you think you are. I think that just like in every other job, in every other place, there are the 80-20 Pareto principle, where 20% of people do 80% of the work. So when 80% of the people get fired, usually not a lot changes. So that's what I think happened with Twitter, and I think that's what's going to happen with a lot of these companies too, is that you've had these massive overhiring pushes. You've had every single developer and every single game designer that now thinks that they are the next misunderstood, troubled artist, Neil Druckmann, which is really just a pale imitation of Hideo Kojima, right? The GOAT. And so, you have these people that think that they're actually, one step away from directing a Netflix series that has 8 seasons like Game of Thrones. These pathetic, failed theater kids is basically what I'm trying to say. And they're insufferable. The stories are insufferable. And the reason why they're so insufferable is because their characters are self-inserts and nobody likes them. That's the reason why. That's the same reason why they're so defensive over the characters. It's because, oh, you hate our characters? Well, wait a minute. I based this character on myself. I'm sorry, but I play video games to get away from people like Tosh and Dragon Age. I don't want to have to, that's the reason why I'm playing games. I have to deal with people like you in real life. I go to the grocery store, I see somebody like that, right? And it's like, oh no, right? You've got to deal with this person or listen to them or something like that. And so this is the exact, this is supposed to be an escape. This is supposed to be like your willing suspense of disbelief, right? You want to leave, you want to have immersion, you want to be immersed in another world. Whenever you play these video games and you see these very clearly, I think, ideologically driven decisions that they make, what you see happening is that, it's like it destroys that willing suspension of disbelief, because you're looking at it and you see it right then at that moment and you're like, wait a minute, I'm actually just playing something that's a piece of propaganda. This is in the game because of the artist viewpoint or something like that, and it doesn't really fit inside of the story.
in an organic way. And I think that's one of the things that people are kind of getting tired of, but I actually don't think that that's the main picture. I think the reality is that, you know, Asha Sharma, who's the new head of Xbox, who I think she's great. I do. I think she's amazing. She said that there was 14 different layers of management inside of Xbox in order to make a decision. And I want to contextualize this, okay? And I want to contextualize it. Let's go back to 1999. Very good year. The year that Office Space came out. So inside of that movie that was supposed to be a parody of corporate office American culture, the amount of bosses that the guy had to turn in his TPS reports was 7 or 8. And so now Xbox, like 25, 27 years later, they are now twice as ridiculous as a hyperbole in 1999. That's how bad it is, okay? So it's massive overstaffing, total bureaucratic capture. Everybody is completely, like afraid of doing anything. You have accountability diffusion. So, well, it's nobody's fault because it's everybody's fault. Well, you know what the problem with that is? When that happens enough times, I guess everybody has to get fired. And you know what? Not a moment too soon. Because the fact is that if this one thing that's taught us anything, is that a lot of these developers, like smaller teams, smaller devs, they can really cook. They can make really good games now. And they don't need the same level of tools. They don't need a Hollywood actor that has a box around him, you know, pretending to be a Funko Pop cube. Whoa, look at me, I'm a Jello cube. Like, this is the kind of shit that nobody fucking needs. Nobody needs it. And Xbox is realizing that nobody wants it either. And so anyway, what's happened, I think, that is that you've had this institutional bloat, this attempt at trying to make the video game industry mirror the movies and then music and I think also TV industry. And the reason why I think this is happening, maybe I'm being such an asshole. Well, actually, I know I am. It's just been 12 minutes of me being an asshole so far. And so, but like, I think that all of these people that are working at these companies want to be celebrities. I think that they want to be seen as, like, you know, Christopher Nolan, like Guillermo del Toro, right? These visionary directors, these visionary writers, these people that are involved, because, like, there's a mystique around Hollywood. There's a mystique around, you know, like, acting and, like, music and these record companies, right? And, like, they want to be part of that, but they're just a bunch of fucking nerds. They're just a bunch of fucking nerds, and their theater projects weren't even good enough to get them accepted into high school, into a college, right? And so now they have their second chance, and they're making a video game, and unfortunately, that video game is called Mixtape. And so the problem is that you have a lot of these people that are making games that nobody is interested in for audiences that don't exist. And on top of that, you have the companies that are buying them have so many levels of bureaucratic overhead that there's no way that they can possibly function to make enough money unless they make their target audience everybody. Oh, well, if we make as many copies as we sell as many copies as Fortnite does, or I guess Fortnite's free, you could use any other Black Myth Wukong, 20 million copies. Sure. Well, if every single person in China buys my bullshit, I'm going to be a billionaire. But I don't think they're going to buy it. So the problem is that you effectively make the amount of mouths you have to feed so big that you have a net that you need to use that's so wide that the fish slip through the holes. That's what's happened, and everybody, and you pull it up. Where's all the fish? Wait, you're telling me there's only 3,190 concurrent fish? I think we're gonna starve. And you know what? They sure are. And as I said, deserved. Completely fucking deserved. You made garbage. You created institutional, like ideological capture. You allowed that to be part of your actual company, identity. You didn't listen to the players. You have people that are openly antagonistic towards their audiences on Twitter. I mean, like, you just basically did everything wrong. And on top, and again, you can do everything wrong as long as the games are good. But the problem is that there is no longer the idea of the high quality, small slice, great like game that knows its audience. You know, I'm thinking of games like, for example, Space Marine 2, okay? Something like that. It's a very, very simple game. It has a very, very defined audience. That was me, by the way. Amazing game. I can't wait to play the third one. But on top of that, you have other games that just really don't hit that mark. And they're trying to appeal to everybody. They're trying to be for everyone. Like Helldivers is another great example where it's like they had an ideal, they had a vision, they executed the ideal, they executed the vision. Now, you can be unhappy about the way that they've managed the live service. You can be unhappy about the PlayStation thing. I know I was. But fundamentally, I think that the real problem with all this is that there is a disconnect between the players and the developers, and the developers are no longer part of the same class that the players are. And more importantly, neither is the executive team. And I want to say one of the silver linings for any of the people that are like very pro-dev on this is that if you look at the amount of people that have been fired inside of Xbox and you look at the positions that were let go, there were a lot of chiefs that got let go. And I think that's a really great thing. We need a lot less chiefs. There are too many decision makers, and also, like, again, if you're a captain's supposed to go down with his ship, right? So if you're the one that makes the call, you need to be the one that's falling on your sword. That's the way I see it. And hey, Xbox has given you a little push, but whatever it takes to get there, I'm happy about it. So I hope that this is the new direction of these studios. I think that, you know, again, let natural selection take its course. Have the developers that are actually really great, that are well connected, that know how to make a good game. I'm sure they'll probably find jobs. It's sad that they lost their job. It sucks. But at the end of the day, I think this happens in every industry, especially as a recalibration from such a large, economic boom, such as COVID. Is that I think that these recalibrations happen regularly, whether it's because of new technology, new research, or some other type of changing consumer habits. Whatever the reason is, this is not uncommon. And it's not a crime against humanity that a video game studio has layoffs. I hate how, every other company in the world has layoffs all the time. John Deere has layoffs constantly. Walmart has layoffs all the time. I went to Panda Express and they have an AI doing the fucking the drive-through, right? Which is, I've always thought that's a good thing, because you go to Panda Express, it's literally double fake advertising. They don't sell pandas and it's never fast. But the point is that that's one person's job that doesn't exist anymore, and it's going to keep happening. And so when I see this happen with video game development, I think to myself, well, it's more of the same. This is what's going to happen. It's not anything unique. I think obviously it sucks if people lose their jobs, but you've got to expect it, especially when you make something that ultimately doesn't make money. So I think we can expect to see a lot more of this. I'm curious to hear what you guys think about it. And I think at the end of the day, in the same way that, when a whale dies in the ocean, there's something that's called a whale fell, and it creates an entire ecology around the dead whale, and other life and other types of life forms emerge from it, and that is the circle of life. And I just hope that with some of these big companies, you will have some whale fells, and out of that we'll get a couple more Expedition 33s, because those people came straight out of Ubisoft. So I'm really, really hoping that's what happens, and I wanted to make a video and talk about it, because I really think that it's very odd. It's like the, like the Fibonacci spiral, right? It's weird how, things in nature also apply to human psychology, human behavior, human, economics and everything, in the same way that spiral applies to more and more and more things, doesn't it? And so the more things change, the more they stay the same. I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on all this topic, and kind of what you guys think, but I think this is a really great direction for the video game industry to go in, and I think that hopefully now we can have a calibration towards smaller teams, more defined visions, and also things that are not insulated by PR or by any type of credentialism. So anyway, before I kind of end the video 4 more times by talking about something else that I ADHD myself into, thank you guys all so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you again in the next one. Peace.
I'm a blonde little girl in a fantasy world. Dress me up, make it tight. I'm your darling. You're my doll, rock and roll. Feel the glamour and pink. Kiss me here, touch me here, hanky panky. You can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours, you can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours.
Branch of the clan. A child banished from the line of succession.
You're lucky to still be breathing. Must be frustrating. You thought...
Hiya, Bobby.
So this is it. It already has 1.7 million views. Oh my god. It has double the likes of the actual trailer. The actual trailer only has 50,000 likes. It's actually the year of the Chud. Holy fuck, guys. Okay, here we go. Yep.
Oh dear, if it's not one thing, it's another. No sooner has Hollywood weathered the absolute storm that blew up around Supergirl, causing irreparable damage to female-led superhero movies and probably James Gunn's career, than another
now have a voice.
Movie. Make no mistake, this is more than just a few curmudgeons on the internet fighting a culture war.
And a lot of times it's that, is everybody else wrong or am I wrong? Oh, everybody else is wrong except for me. I have that they're my real friend. Okay, yeah, that's bad. But like nobody talks about the fact that streamers get parasocial.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, all my viewers hate me. I'm such a loser now. Nobody likes me anymore. It's like, shut up, you melodramatic bitch. Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
It's not just streamers though now, and otherwise, like I want to bring it up because I honestly I think talking about streamers and like streamer stuff, a lot of the time it's game retarded.
Nobody cares.
But when it's society as a whole, and you start to realize it's like, okay, like kids don't want to be astronauts anymore. They want to be like YouTubers and stuff like that. And you look at people who are like, I look at people who do stuff on TikTok. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because it's like you're not making any money.
I can't imagine doing a TikTok dance. I can't imagine. I see Nick doing it with Catchy, and I'm like, you poor fucking bastard. Are you kidding me?
Mia tries to make me do that shit, and I keep coming up with excuses.
You know, the worst thing is that I've had 2 girls make me do one, and I did it without even a second of hesitation.
Dude, I was gonna try to get Mia to do them with you, and I forgot because I was so tired when we did the last episode. Because I was like, yo, if Zach takes the bullet for me, then I won't have to do him for at least a month.
Yeah. Oh, like so no, it'd be bad because like, what if I did it with her, and then she's like, well, even he would do it. Even he would do it, and you're not gonna do it with me, but he would. That's so wrong, Rich. Oh no.
You know what it is like? I do look back, and on the enjoyment front, there are 2 things that I would happily do again that have nothing to do with money in the streaming world, and this is where we definitely differ. I would love to just be back in a room with everybody from OTK, just do like a holiday stream.
I think the holiday streams were okay. The only thing I didn't like, really, whenever we did those streams, is constantly worrying about what the sponsors would say. Like, that's actually what stressed me out the most, because like I knew that like, you know, I was like constantly waiting for somebody to say something that was stupid or problematic.
We only did 2 sponsored holiday streams ever.
Yeah, but we had holiday streams where we had sponsors at the same time, right? Which would cause problems.
Yeah.
And so like, yeah, I did.
To be fair, both of those streams were a disaster. So
they were.
The first one was a Valentine's Day one, and S-Fan got COVID.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah. Okay.
Holy fuck.
Because we called you and said that you weren't allowed to go because we were scared of you getting COVID.
Yeah, right.
And because you were at the time,
it's taking care of my mom.
Yeah, exactly. Mom. So, but this is one of those things where I look back and I'm like, damn, we were absolute pussies. I remember we were like genuinely scared that we were going to get a bunch of hate threads because S-Fan got COVID. And we put out an apology, and we're like, we are dedicated to making sure. And I look back on that, and I think that was the gayest thing that ever happened.
It was the COVID era, like fucking hysteria. It's like I look back on it, and it's like you really had to be there. You had to be there, and you can watch videos, and it's like you still don't even think that shit is real, man.
I remember I was with Emily, like Mizkif's sister.
Yeah.
And it was me, Emily, Sear, and Andy Milanakis, actually. And we were in New York, and we went to it was like the Museum of Sex. We were going to go there as like a little like live stream, like kind of thing. And they wouldn't let us in because not all of us had
the mask
proof of our COVID vaccine.
Oh God!
I was like, "This is the Museum of Sex."
Yeah.
Like, what?
Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
They can come in here if I have AIDS, but not COVID. What is this?
What is going on?
And I know. Like, I never got the vaccine. I never did, and it had nothing to do with like like worrying. I'm just afraid of needles. I am afraid to go into medical stuff. I didn't want to get involved with it. I was like, I don't want to do it, man. I was so paranoid.
I got the first one.
I think most people did.
And then I didn't get
I think a lot of people
boosters.
did. Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I've gotten COVID decent amount. Just like getting a cold.
Yeah.
There was one time that I got it, maybe like 2 years ago, where I really felt like shit for like a day.
Yeah.
But I remember every time that I did get
it was like a 1 day debuff basically for me.
But every time I got it, I was like, it was never so bad that I couldn't do shit. It was always like an excuse. Like I remember one time I got it.
Excuse to lay in bed all day.
Oh, the excuse to play it. The one time it was the excuse that I ditched all of my OTK responsibilities and I played Epic 7 all day. And I was like, this was
I don't know why people played that game.
That game was so good.
It was so
I played Epic 7 all day and I was like, this was
I don't know why people played that game.
That game was so good.
It was so bad. I've seen it.
Oh,
it's
no, you're
awful.
Wrong. You're wrong.
Like I don't understand like now, like because there have been so many. Like, is Wuthering Waves just the best one?
So
It's got to be the best one,
okay,
right? I think it's the best.
Here's the difference. So Epic 7 and that kind
is
of
garbage.
No.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Go ahead.
It is garbage in a certain capacity. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
If you had infinite money and everybody was on an even playing field, it is
okay.
actually good.
That's fine.
But that's why they make so much money.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the thing that sucks about those games and why I completely quit them, basically for anybody who's never played a gacha game like that, these particular gacha games, the PvP real-time arena gacha games, it is like Pokemon real-time on crack strategy turn-based combat that a lot of people would really enjoy. The issue is, though, it's super pay to win. Because you have more dupes of a character, things like that. And then the thing that's cool is you have to farm gear. And one of the things that you always know when you are competing on these ladders is the guy who has the most speed on the server a lot of the time. Like, that's the GOAT. It's like, oh, he got five speed hits on his boots. That guy's like a legend.
That's the thing, though.
Is start.
Well, because now, this is, you know what the worst, like, have you ever heard this term account manager?
Oh, yeah, well, I had a few.
This is insane. So
pilots.
What account manager means is that you're paying somebody money to play the video game for you.
Yeah.
So it's like,
you get a
so
pilot.
let's get this straight, okay? So you're playing a video game that you have to spend money to get the characters in, and then you have to pay somebody to play the video game with the characters that you bought with real money.
Time is money, friends.
What the fuck?
So I never paid somebody to pilot my accounts.
Yeah.
But the reason why people do it is because these games stop being fun when you keep repeating them. Anything does after a long time. And then people have spent so much money that they have this FOMO.
There's a sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, like right now, I quit playing WUA, for example.
Yeah, you did. Well, you didn't play for that long. I played ever since the release.
So I played during the release, didn't like it, then got back when you told me to, loved it, went ham, had my fun.
Yeah.
And then when it got on maintenance, I didn't feel like playing it anymore. But I'm still I need to log in before the Cyberpunk collab's over.
I've logged in and I've just done my dailies so I can get all the upgrade items. But other than that, I have no real interest in doing it. I was going to do it on stream, but then it was
This episode of Allcraft is brought to you by PDS, and there's a reason we put it in right in the gotcha gaming section. If you're working your ass off just to stay broke, PDS Debt can fix that. If you're still stuck in debt after all these payments, take a look at PDS. PDS Debt has a customized option for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. PDS uses data to go beyond the numbers and personalize saving solutions for you. Get your free 30-second personalized assessment today at pdsdebt.com/allcraft. Means a lot to us to have a sponsor for this episode. It allows us to keep doing crazier and crazier things, and this one can really help you out. With no minimum credit card score required, PDS is the top-rated company in the industry with thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating on the BBB. That's a lot of letters that I'll say. It's a company that you guys can trust. We do over here at Allcraft. Be sure to use our link so they know that we sent you there. Hey, Zach, have you ever been in debt?
Not yet.
See, it's working. PDS. It's only going to take you 30 seconds to get your free personalized assessment at pdsdebt.com/allcraft. Savings start the day you complete that 30-second assessment. Thank you guys again for supporting Allcraft, and thank you guys for being so gracious with the sponsors that we've had on the show. I've admitted to myself, if you look back at our early episodes of Allcraft, I'm tweaking, bro. I'm I'm straight up yeah, man, you should play Genshin Impact with me.
Yeah.
And I looked at how much money I spent, and then I look at how much money I spent on Warhammer, and I'm like, how did I spend more money on Genshin Impact than Warhammer? When I look at how positive Warhammer is in my life and how much fun that I actually have playing it, and then I think back to the memories in Genshin. I had fun for the first week that I was playing, and then you're just a mint picker.
You're just a fucking mint picker. That's right.
What am I doing?
True.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I do probably need to start playing Warhammer. I'm feeling very.
Let's do it next week.
I'm feeling very positive about Warhammer. I think it's the right thing to do. It's the next step, and it's just the only thing to me is I'm trying to think in my room. I think I've got to get rid of some cabinets so I can have a space to have all my things.
I already bought something for you.
That's great, but the problem isn't the thing, it's the place to put it.
Yo, okay. So I already bought. Dude, I'm so prepared. I've been waiting for you to break.
Oh,
I bought an acrylic case that basically is like indestructible that will fit your entire army. I spent like $400 on this.
All right.
So you literally, you can put shit on top of it no matter what. You put magnets on the bottom of your bases.
Yeah.
So if you kicked it and the whole bag fell over, it won't even slide.
Yeah.
You are set.
I'm thinking I do Chaos Space Marines. I do Chaos fucking Space Marines.
They're about to get nerfed, I'm pretty sure. Because they're so goddamn good right now.
Yeah, because of those like big units you were talking about.
The defilers.
Right? The really big guys. I'm going to get one anyway just because I think it's fucking cool, dude. I'm going to get one.
Okay, can I tell you something screwed up about the defiler?
Yeah.
So they're expensive because they're big.
How many
I think in game currently they're 250 points and you play 2,000, but that's actually ludicrously cheap for what they do.
Yeah.
But in dollars right now, buying the model, I believe right now it would cost $140 to buy the model. And
oh my god,
that's like one of the most expensive models because it's like huge, right?
I feel like I would have to do like if I got those, we'd have to do. I don't know what you could do.
You want to hear the really crazy thing though?
What?
Everybody wanted defilers,
Yeah.
so they sold out.
Right.
So on eBay right now,
they're reselling.
Yeah, I bought two because I wanted them so bad, and you can borrow mine because I'm not using them right now. I had to spend $500 on two defilers. What the fuck? And the only reason that I did it was because
it's like none of this sounds retarded because we just got done talking about gacha games.
Well,
because at least the defilers are real. They're in your room.
They're gorgeous.
They're never going to go end of service.
But, okay, here's the thing that I will say about Warhammer that's so nice. You build it with your hands.
You do.
And if you feel accomplished when you're done doing it, you turn off all the screens and you just build something.
Yeah.
Then after that, you paint it.
And
you can spend a lot of time doing that if you want to.
Yeah.
Now it's a whole other thing. And then you play with it.
Yeah.
And you look and you're like, okay, this thing cost me $140. You will literally have it for years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
It will never be illegal in the game. Every game that you play with it is like 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah.
And then painting it, I mean, I spend usually on any given model that I paint when I spend at least 20 hours, maybe more, on a lot of these models when I paint them.
Oh, the big ones?
Oh, well,
holy
yeah.
shit,
if I
that's
wanna,
crazy.
Oh, yeah. I spend like, dude, I like spend a lot of time painting.
Mine are going to look like garbage.
It's fun painting them like garbage. Like I do that sometimes too. You will be blown away because you haven't painted a model since like 3rd edition, right?
Since 2005.
Okay.
2005, maybe 2006.
You're going to be blown away. They made skill in a bottle basically now. Like they made paint for retards. And your shit's going to look insanely good.
That's great because I remember before it looked like looked really bad.
Oh yeah, because it'd be all really thick and shit. And like,
well, it's like it's hard to do. Yeah, you were using the same model painting you got at like Hobby Lobby, right?
Were they still when you were playing, did everybody still paint their bases goblin green? Or by 2000s, I think maybe people were using texture paint on the bottom of the bases?
I don't remember, actually.
Okay,
I don't.
yeah.
Like, it was such a long time ago.
Dude, now, painting, essentially, they made this thing called, it's like speed paint, basically.
Yeah.
And what most people do now to paint their models really quick, you prime them black, and then you dry brush them like white or like airbrush them white from the top to give it like kind of like highlights, like there's natural light on it. And then the paint is so thin and it will go into the recesses and like kind of sit more in the recesses. So you just like put one coat of paint over it and it looks like you did highlights and shadows and all of this shit. But it's just one color right out the bottom.
Because I remember you showed me the one that Melissa got you.
Oh, yeah.
Which was fucking insane.
Yeah.
And it was like, I remember thinking, like, it almost like some of these were so good that they demoralized me.
Oh,
I was like some extravagant, Nurgle fucking statue. And I'm like, I think I have to play Nurgle, right?
Well,
I think I'm like legally obligated that I have to play that character.
You can do so many different things with it, right?
Yeah.
Because in CSM, you can include some of the units. It also has its whole own codex now for Death Guard, which is basically all of the Chaos Space Marines that only are Nurgle. And with that, there's cool shit like Death Shroud Terminators.
Yeah.
They got like maggots coming out of them, flies flying around them, and they got big ass sights.
I've got to figure that shit out.
Yeah.
Man.
Well,
I do.
let's do.
Okay.
We should do something like. So basically, for anybody who doesn't play Warhammer, congratulations.
There's a huge new update. It's the 20th, right?
So tomorrow, actually, so we're filming this. It's
shit.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, they have announced that they're updating the app. The full points balance is coming out, and then the 20th, the box is all released.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So, dude, we should like literally whenever you want. We'll like we could do it as a video or a stream.
Yeah, we could do that maybe like next week where we go somewhere and like we just get all the boxes and unbox everything, right? Like I would do it as a live stream, but like I don't want to inconvenience the store or something.
Yeah.
So like we'll just go in there and record buying it all. I think it'd be a really, really good. So because we haven't done a single special for this podcast.
We have a
haven't at
bunch
all.
in the tank.
And like the thing is that like we've had Jacob is like, you know, he's like, I've got all these great ideas, and like it's been me. It's all my fault. And so like it's me because I'm like, I don't want to do anything. I just want to sit. We just sit there and talk. That's all I want to do. And like so now maybe we have a good idea. Maybe we have a good idea.
It's so funny though, because it's like we'll have like all these guests and stuff who are asking us to come on.
They want to come on,
and then you'll be like, "Yo, no, Rich, let's just like, you want to talk about Guild Wars 3 today?" Like, bro, answer Alex Jones back.
Yeah. Okay. To be fair, I have never wanted to talk about Guild Wars 3. I do not give a fuck about Guild Wars 3. Everything else he said is accurate, but not Guild Wars 3. Fuck that.
Wait. I didn't watch it. Okay, so I haven't.
So you haven't seen any of the new events.
Here, for anybody who like has no idea what's going on in my life, which is probably everybody, my computer broke.
So what the fuck? So you have the new computer now.
Tips literally sent me a new computer.
What?
And it's gorgeous.
Yes.
It got there like last week.
Okay.
And because of Warhammer,
right,
I haven't even plugged in the new computer yet. But then I won't watch any of the YouTube shit about like Guild Wars 3 or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I want to react to it live.
You want to watch it on stream.
So I don't know about the Lego drama. I just know that it exists.
Yeah.
And then so I have no idea what happened. People are telling me that that's insane.
It is.
And then I don't know the video game shit.
Yeah.
Is Guild Wars 3, does it look like...
It just looks like another MMO. Like, that's really about it. Like, I mean, recently there was a game, it was called like Echoes of the Uncrowned or something like that. It came out. It is the most, like, it's the kind of game, like, it's one thing to be racist enough to be able to just recognize people, like different types of people, like, you know, the difference between like Korean, Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese. Like, it's one thing to understand that, and I think a lot of people can do that.
Yeah, I can do it.
I'm so racist that I can tell it based off of the games. I can look at one fucking frame from a video game and I'll tell you if it's from China, Korea, or Japan.
Dude,
I can do it.
It's not even hard anymore.
It's really not.
Because it's so funny when they try to, like, when a Chinese game tries to LARP as a Japanese game, and you're like, I see what you're trying to do.
That's what you're doing, right? It's so obvious. And, like, that's okay, right? I mean, like, which is the recent one? Neverness was that. That was one, right?
Yeah.
And then you have...
I like that.
I loved it. I played the entire thing. I beat like all of these games.
I'm surprised.
I will play all of the content. I'll do everything, and then I'll put it on maintenance mode. I'll be on maintenance mode for like 3 days, and then I'll be like, okay, now what? Like that's it.
Neverness to Everness was gorgeous.
It was beautiful.
I just
it was amazing.
Felt too time gated by it.
The problem with that game is that I just don't think like every time I play that game and I do a boss fight, I think about how much better this boss fight would be in Wuthering Waves.
Yeah.
And then it's like also like a lot of combat. Like the main thing that I care about with video games is combat and minute-to-minute gameplay. Like I've been playing the fuck out of PoE.
Yeah.
I'm like level 96. I have all my stuff like pretty much good. Like, I mean, nobody has best in slot, right?
Did you want my headhunter?
Not really. I mean, like honestly, like
you're playing a minion build.
Yeah. Even if you had a mage blood, I wouldn't really. Because like in my mind, like this is gonna sound crazy for anybody that watched me during the WoW days, but like I actually don't take any handouts from like or any help from anybody because like that like it's ironic because if I was a PoE creator, I would be taking handouts like crazy. So I could make so I could make new builds and show people new cool builds, right?
Yeah.
Like not because I'm lazy, but because like I want to just create the highest quality content possible, the most interesting content possible. And so like with PoE though, like this is my own personal endeavor. This is just what I'm doing for fun. So like why would I go around and like beg people for stuff when the entire content is getting the stuff? So I've gotten everything. I have like tons of divine orbs now. I have like all the items I need. There are a number of things I could get. I'm probably like 2,000 or 3,000 divine orbs short of everything that I really need. But like I can beat all the content in the game. I think it's too easy.
PoE 2 needs a little bit more gamba, and it's officially the best.
It's gotta have the Uber bosses, man. It does. Like the bosses right now are too easy.
Here's the other thing that I don't like right now.
Yeah.
The actual having to move around on the Atlas, I find a little bit janky.
It is,
but it's a lot better than it was.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few things about it that I really think they can improve on. But like, I honestly think it's like, if PoE 2 comes out and it's as good as I think it's going to be, it will be my game of the year.
So,
like right now, what is your game of the year?
Well, for me, I mean, this isn't real, but I just played Elden Ring. That's one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life. People keep going, but you kept saying you hate it. And I was like, that's the fucking point. Like, I do hate it when I'm playing it, and then after I go, this is the best game I ever played.
Right.
But the thing with PoE is easily, when on release, I think it will be my game of the year. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
But until now, before this patch, Torchlight Infinite was a better ARPG, and PoE 1 was
like
better.
it a lot, yeah.
Torchlight Infinite it has a lot of problems.
Yeah, yeah.
Torchlight Infinite is legitimately pay to win, and it's not.
Yeah, they added that stuff. I remember that.
Well, it's been amped up slowly over time. Basically, in Torchlight Infinite, if you're free to play, you're making like a quarter of the currency that you would make if you're pay to win. But the game is still good, and because the journey is about getting the stuff and actually playing to get the stuff, I think you could still have a good time as a free to play player. But I understand why somebody would just go, I'm not going to fucking play this shit if it's paid.
Yeah,
That's
I
fair.
would. Yeah, I don't think I would.
That's fair. And it's not for everybody.
It's like Diablo Immortal.
Well, Diablo Immortal was actually a bad game.
It's just it was legitimately
better than D4. I did play a lot of D4 out of curiosity, and it's really not good.
I thought that a couple of their leagues that they did, like I remember I did the Season 2 league, and I really think it was a pretty good game. It was a pretty good game, but like it just wasn't like, it's kind of like basically the Diablo 4 is a great game if you have 10 hours across the entire season to play the game.
Yeah.
PoE 2 is a great game if you have more than 10 hours across the entire season to play the game. That's my opinion.
Here's the issue with Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is significantly better than it was on release in a lot of ways, but it still feels completely unpolished, and it feels like a ARPG gacha game that you could play as free to play, and it keeps releasing stuff like new expansions that cost real money. It does not respect the consumer. Blizzard needs to sadly die as a company. There was actually
you saw the guy?
Yeah.
Sandy somebody,
Yeah,
right?
Really
an OG.
guy.
An
Yeah.
absolute, the guy looked like a farmer. Like a 60-year-old farmer. I was like, and this guy worked in video games? Oh shit, okay.
He's
All
right. Everything that he's saying is right. The company's bankrupt of creativity at this point.
Yeah.
I know that there's all this hubbub about Classic.
Right.
Here's my thing. I actually was saying this to the mods.
The people that made Midnight are going to be making the new game.
Oh, it's going to be fucking ass.
So if they make a Classic Plus or they do something, it's going to be made by those people.
But I'm planning something, bro.
Okay.
Look, WoW is basically dead. Like, we're not going to ever have that feeling.
MMOs are dead.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. It most likely is, but there's enough to that genre that I think that there will be another great adventure that feels like an MMO sometime in the future, maybe even potentially in our lifetime, like a VR kind of experience that we...
You saw they're making a Sword Art Online game?
It was it doesn't look that good, though. Yeah.
Why can't they get it right?
I mean, that's a hard one to get right.
Why can't they get it right? No, Grand Blue Fantasy got it right. That was the only one of those games that was ever good.
I didn't actually play that one, but it's having Relink or whatever soon, so I'm gonna play that.
It's a genuinely phenomenal, amazing game.
Well, here's my plan, bro.
Okay.
There's a few different ways we do it.
Yeah.
We boot up Asmongold.
Oh, oh God.
We boot up twitch.tv/Asmongold.
Oh, shit. Okay, got it.
We boot it up.
We have a crazy ad deal. We have a crazy ad deal.
Dude, we got to use it one last time.
Like, if I go live on that channel, I get my same viewership. I'm gonna, dude. I don't even want to say. I don't think
I used to sit there.
Yeah.
And I would watch your streams, and
you'd be counting the money.
Well, this is how you know that I just like A, love you, B, love money. Because
Yeah.
I'm not doing this for me. I would sit there and I would watch your streams, and I had the ability, because you gave it to
Because you're
me.
editor.
Well, yeah, I had the ability to push the ad button.
Yeah.
And I'd wait for you to like get up and shit, and I'd be like, I would be like, Asmund, like, let's go.
So everybody was like, well, what's the fucking ad? Why did you play an ad? And I'm like, I didn't play an ad. What the fuck are you guys talking about? So like, I was gaslighting my own fucking viewers in the middle. Like, you know, I'd have like 100,000 viewers watching.
So
I'm like, guys, what do you mean an ad? And like, I bet they probably fucking hated me. They're like, does he think we're retarded?
They all stayed. And
yeah,
dude,
they did.
I think everybody knows that you have money at this point.
Yeah.
I made you by doing that. I mean,
Every
pissing off
every
people-
single one of those button presses was 5 figures.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was nuts.
I made you hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's crazy.
If not,
yeah,
maybe even more.
Maybe.
And the thing is like, you didn't even know for like a year.
Well, you remember the Lost Ark month? That was, we made so much.
So
that was fucking insane.
I genuinely, as a streamer, made majority of my revenue over my entire career in 1 month.
That was
with
right.
Lost Ark.
That was, dude. It was honestly like that shit. Like they really in that game, dude. I really think that. How far did you get in Lost Ark?
Oh, dude, all the way.
You killed the deer, right?
Yeah, with Shroud actually.
I know. I remember. Because everybody in this group. This is so like Lost Ark comes out and like Nick, Shroud, Rich, I think Chance, Soda Poppin', and like maybe 2 other people.
Nick went pretty hard. I don't remember how hard
Nick
Chance
dropped $18,000. He went pretty hard.
Yeah.
And so like you guys spent so much money.
Shroud and I spent a lot.
Yeah, you spent even more than me. And like then obviously like did you play Volton?
What did he look like again?
He was the big Minotaur guy.
Yes.
With the axe.
Yes.
I genuinely think.
Oh my God. That was one of those times. So you were doing Voltan without me, and people started spamming to do it with me. And then when I did it, they were spamming to do it with you, and I banned like 1,000 people in both of our chats.
That's
probably so fucking
it's like cringe, like,
dude. And that was like one of those moments where I was like, all right, this is like, that's like the only thing that I hate as a streamer is when people try to say,
I feel
do
like
this.
we used to have that a lot on Twitch. Now it's just people don't do that anymore now.
It's kind of dead.
Yeah,
it's kind of dead. Like now the equivalent of that is like people coming in being like, "Do you still talk to this person? They said you're gay," and I'm like, "Hey, based, like, but I remember that, and I remember watching you just fucking fail over and over and over
because they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to do it.
You fail on the Minotaur, and then when you succeeded, it was like. So worth it.
Because I was the top damage. I had 40% of the entire
with that your stupid fucking warrior
MVP,
build.
My warrior build. I sat there and I tanked that motherfucker. I didn't even need to worry about a single attack except for one, and that's the reason why I kept dying. And then I trained myself to be garbage because by the time the next boss came,
everything.
I did, and then the next boss comes out, and then you can't do that anymore. And so I just kept dying, and I quit the game.
You remember Stoops?
I do.
So Stoops. Long storied history with the podcast.
Yes.
Do you remember how we met Stoops?
Because he said he was going to put his balls on your chin.
Yes, he did.
He did.
He said, "This fucking douchebag, I'm gonna
he was so bad, dude.
I'm gonna rub my balls against his chin." Do you remember why he said it?
Because you were making fun of WoW PvP.
Yeah.
And it was like priests and WoW PvP.
I said, because he wanted solo queue, and I was shitting on solo queue, and I was like, "This is a retarded idea," and he said that, and I think most people were like, "Oh man." They're gonna hate each other. Now. Like this. We had him on an episode of All Crap, like the next week. We became friends.
We didn't give a fuck. Like, it was just like it doesn't matter. Like
he still streams Lost Ark. He does well. And I went to his stream and I was like, "Yo, Stoops, should I come back? And play Lost Ark?" And he was like, "Fuck no, this game sucks."
It's so bad. Like and you remember like the month that we played Lost Ark was the last time that MMOs were good. It was the last time because like at that point, like everybody was playing the same game. It was this like zeitgeist of like the online internet. Everybody was focused on it. Everybody was like exploring it. Nobody knew anything really about the game because everything else was in fucking Korean.
Yeah.
And so it was so much like if I could go back to like any month streaming ever, it would probably be Lost Ark. because I just loved that experience.
And your stupid bald ass wouldn't have streamed it if I didn't beg you. Do you not remember?
So this is what happened. So I had gone live the day before Lost Ark release.
No, you didn't. I don't think so.
The day before. And
I thought you didn't go live until that day.
No. So I went live on my second channel, and I watched everything on my second channel. Yeah. And then I had to end the stream earlier because everybody was like, I had to go to a meeting. It was an OTK meeting. And then it was me, you, Tips, Sfand, and Miz.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, you need to go live on your main channel tomorrow.
Yep.
And I was like, what?
Oh, yeah. I actually, that was the only time I ever did it.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad about it either. I did kind of trap you and made it like an intervention with all of them.
You did. You made it an intervention because and the reason why is that it was that, and then before that, it was me playing PoE during a meeting, and you guys got annoyed about it.
I didn't care about that.
Somebody did.
You used to play fucking Dark Souls during all.
I did,
and we'd have a guest on, and I could tell you weren't paying attention, and
I'd be looking
the camera,
around.
and you would just have. And I'd be like, yeah, Zach, what do you think about that? And you're like, oh, yeah, that's fucking right, dude. Oh, listen, it's fucking simple. And then you just wouldn't fucking say anything. You just would say your stupid-ass catchphrases. And I was like, this asshole's farming souls,
dude. I'm auto-playing right now. I'm auto-playing my podcast. And because I just wanted to play. I wanted to play. I was done.
We would have fucking Summit on.
Yeah.
Or Quinn on. And he would just be like,
I'm auto-playing, bro. I'm busy. I want to make sure I finish this game. And it was the day before. I had not planned. I was not going to go live on my main channel. I wasn't going to do anything. I was going to go live on my second channel and just play the whole thing out. I was going to enjoy it for myself and everything. And then you guys basically convinced me to do it overnight. And I just went live and I said, fuck it. And we got 300.
No, you broke 400. Yeah. It was your biggest stream ever.
I think the first one was 300 in the day, or a week after it was 400.
I know you broke
400.
A lot. And so the thing that I think you know that I did this, I was on the phone. They almost didn't give you drops. They were because of.
Oh, I remember the whole situation.
I was on the phone. You went live I didn't sleep that night. You went live around 11 or something like that, or 10. You used to go live earlier.
Yeah, I did.
And it was up until an hour and a half before I was on the phone working on getting you drops. Got you drops, and I stayed up. I watched the stream while at Topgolf. With Sear, and I believe Nick was there.
Yeah.
You broke 400,000 viewers. We were all celebrating. And then
nuts.
I went live after, and you hosted me.
Mm-hmm.
And I made so much money that I felt guilty. Because I was like, I actually did it for you. I actually did it for you. I just knew it would be good. And I made so much money that as a Jew, felt guilty. I was like, holy shit, this is too much money.
Yeah, it was fucking insane.
Best stream of my life.
Yeah, and this is the perfect intersection where it was you still had the COVID silliness level of numbers. And then you also had on top of that, all of the advertisers were paying literally 2x what they're paying now.
More.
So probably more. We were making so much money, and then we also had some of the highest viewership. And so it was just fucking ridiculous.
I mean,
I had so much.
But it was also genuinely good because you look back, why did Lost Ark do so well? People actually cared. They wanted to be involved. People were playing with their communities, which was fun. And then half of our mods, I met a lot of the mods. They were in my Lost Ark group.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, the drops, people actually wanted the drops. They were real exciting drops. Drops were not as big of a deal.
Well, it's also people were really excited about the idea of a new MMO.
Yeah.
And also Lost Ark was a goated game. It was an amazing game. The problems with that game manifested hundreds of hours into the game. So the entry experience and everything, it had the same usual, Korean slop story. It is okay.
It was a clown guy.
Yeah, the Kaku Seidon. I remember his. I remember everything. And so it was a great game, right? And honestly, the clown raid was really good. It was one of the best ones.
You didn't do it. We ended up.
No, I did.
No, you did. But I had worked on this whole thing to have us do it live.
Oh, the one at Twitch, at TwitchCon or something?
Yeah, and then you ended up not.
I didn't want to show up. I didn't want to do it. I said, fuck that.
But I had already figured out the whole thing, and I had this relationship now with them from getting you the drops. And I set up the whole thing, and I get you drop out, so I gotta replace you.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because I got Seer, and Seer is up. Seer hasn't played Lost Ark at all. He's up on the main stage, and he has to do clown raid on a character he's never played before. And I remember looking over at Seer, and he was like, Richie, I don't feel so good. And he was like trying to fucking figure it out in front of a shitload of people.
Yeah, this shit was hard. This is a hard raid.
Nick and I carried, and I gotta admit, Tectone clutched up. Because Tectone didn't really play the game.
Well, no, he did. I thought he played.
He did, but he wasn't like... It wasn't like he was playing every day.
Well,
but it felt like he did.
He was trying to do the thing where I'm free to play, and then like right, that didn't last. And so then after I got like literally perfect gear, then I think he started spending money.
Okay. He did a thing with Honkai Star Rail that I heard about from my viewers, where he did like a free to play thing in Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah,
and then people were so pissed at him, and the community was like
everybody hated him.
Tectone hated him, so that people would actually, to ruin his account, would gift him gems. So I went live and I was like, wow. And I pretended to
get mad.
I was like, please don't send me money. And I was like 100 primo, like,
no, stop. No, this is ruining my account. Oh no.
back to standard.
No. I don't even know, like, I don't know what happened to that game, Honkai Star Rail. I feel like they just kind of... I played that game probably for like 2,000 hours. I put a huge, like 1,500 hours. I played a huge amount of time.
I tried to do it while I was recovering from my hair transplant, and I couldn't even get into it.
I loved it, man. I did as soon as I could autoplay in the game. Like, I never actually, like, I remember one time, this is going to be the most pathetic fucking thing ever. The last boss of like one of the expansions, you couldn't autoplay. I genuinely didn't know how to play the game, and I was on stream, and it's like, these are all of my like maxed out characters, and I'm like, okay, so I think I have to open up this screen, and then, okay, wait, how do I do the old? Oh, that's right, how to do the old. Okay,
the thing that is like the thing that's crazy about that game is how quick they power crept.
Oh yeah,
they power crept really quick. The thing that I will do with Honkai Star Rail is I will, when they make a new character, I'll always look up, like, and I'll watch the animations, because they're
amazing. They're so good.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I wish that one of those games was actually like a real video game. Like, I wish they made a real video game.
The thing is that's what Lost Ark was. The second that you get to the chores and the honeymoon phase is over, it will always stop being fun. A live service game, they can't last forever. And you look at World of Warcraft. When does World of Warcraft break down and become bad as well? The second that the journey stops being
that's the reason why Classic WoW was the best version of WoW.
Because it had the journey.
Because, like, you have, like, by the time that you get to Nax and you finish Nax, you have put so many hours into this game that, like, you don't want to quit ever. Like, you've built a community, you've made friends, you've had to go through multiple guilds, you've had to go through probably millions of problems, tons of groups, everything, farming, and all of that. Like, it is... in my opinion, I think Classic WoW is the greatest game of all time.
Here's what we do. We turn it back on.
That's really funny.
We do it one time.
That's so funny.
We literally, I will recreate.
I will wait for the BlizzCon announcement, and if there is anything that's actually promising and really good, I will genuinely play WoW again. If the announcement is, I mean, I don't know a lot, right? I hear a lot. I don't know a lot. If the announcement is as good as I hope it is, then I will play it.
Here's the thing. I would usually agree with you, because if you remember, we had this conversation for midnight. We were like, should we do it? Should we do something? And we both agreed no, right? We were like, we can play, but not do anything crazy.
You remember whenever you sent me that screenshot of like how many people were playing it on like the second day? Oh my God. That was, dude, like because like we'll talk about this, right? It's like, you know, like, oh, is it worth playing this game like for stream, right? It's like, is it like, is this like good content, or is it just like what we feel like doing?
Yeah.
And like, so we're looking at it, and you send it to me, and the game has like 70,000 viewers on the second day of the expansion. Like, and usually like that would have like 100 or 370,000.
I mean, back in the day, yeah, you'd be well over 200K even when there were less viewers on Twitch. And it doesn't mean everything, but it's just an indicator of stuff. And why does the hype get lost? Here's the issue with modern WoW. You have the pre-release, so now there's only some people doing it. That now gets the buzz, people start watching, then you're time gated. So there's no real content. You're just leveling.
Yeah.
Then everybody else gets on. Now you're time gated, so they have time to catch up leveling, but there's no real content. Then you have your pre-season week essentially, where everybody gets all their stuff, and then they're time gated. And then you have the pre-mythic week, and then everything's time gated. Then you have the mythic week, and then slowly they just speed up everything until you get everything with no effort at all, and then it completely resets. So there's no real journey.
There's never any. You are on a conveyor belt.
Yeah.
And you can walk faster on the conveyor belt, and you'll get there a week earlier. That's crazy. Wow.
The thing is, though, is sprinting on the conveyor belt
doesn't feel good.
No, I actually think it's still the thing that feels good, but then you have to put it down right after. Going dummy hard in WoW for a week feels really fun. The issue, though, is they have taken away all of the good weeks to do it. If I could sprint and go through all of the content and need to work my ass off and get to the mythic without being time gated at all, I would do it every single patch. The issue is, though, is they take away all of the joy with all of the time gating, so it's always bullshit. So you're always starting late and being sped up, and it just doesn't feel real to me.
Nothing about the game feels good anymore.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel real.
It doesn't feel like the way it used to. I have no interest in playing retail WoW until they do like a full reset.
Yeah.
And I just want to play Classic Plus. That's all I want. I just want Classic Plus, OSRS Classic. Like, that's all. And like, even that, I'm in a position now where I'm actually just playing single player games. I'm
for like the first time in my life too. And you used to always say, and I was always like, yeah, fuck yeah, I feel the same way. You were always like, I'm not a video game player, I'm a WoW player.
Yeah,
I feel like we actually play video games now, and it's pretty fucking fun.
It's gone back. It's like literally gone reverse,
Yeah.
right? Because like growing up, I feel like you care a lot more about like being good at video games, because like when you're 17, there's only like one thing you can be good at, and that's probably video games.
Yeah.
And so it's like when you get older, like there's other things you're interested in, other things you can do, other successes you've had, maybe a career, right? And so like the focus around just being good at a video game doesn't really matter as much anymore. But whenever you're a young kid, it means everything. So it's like now to me, it's like I'm playing Death Stranding, for example.
Yeah.
And like I'm excited. Like it's such an interesting game. I like it a lot. And it's not like it's actually as annoying, unintuitive, and just kind of cumbersome that I imagine it to be. And I think that adds to the texture of it.
Yeah,
it really does.
Actually,
it makes it like you're really having an experience playing that game.
It has like the Ludo narrative harmony. Right?
It will. Yeah. I mean, in a way, actually, yeah, it does. It does, and in a way that like many games don't have, right? Like Dark Souls has that, but very few other games.
It's like to actually make like the story elements and the game elements mix, it's very easy to screw it up, right?
Sure is.
Like if you look at GTA, actually, when I was in game design school, I wrote like a 50-page essay on the dating system. Because one of the weird things in, I guess would have been GTA 4. Which one is Nico, my cousin? That's GTA 4, right?
I actually have no idea.
I had to play GTA for homework. That's the only reason that I actually had played the GTA games. I believe it was GTA 4. It had a dating system. And essentially, every girl in the game, if you would date her through the quest line, you would get like a little perk when she was your girlfriend.
Yeah.
So like, get more money doing X, Y, and Z. The cops wouldn't come as quick, yada, yada, yada. The only girl that didn't was the girl that you actually fall in love with.
Oh, that's weird.
The funny thing is I can see where they're going, right? Because it's like, oh, if you don't like, it's actually, you like her not for the perks, you actually like her for her. But subconsciously as a player, you're like, I'm getting ripped off. This bitch sucks. And everybody hated her.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And it's really funny because the ludic elements, the game elements, are telling you she's the worst.
Yeah.
The story's telling you she's the best. And there's all this stuff going on subconsciously that kind of has that. And when you look at WoW, there's a lot of that right now. When the systems, when you feel like this like learned helplessness or the freebies, the welfare epics.
I think that's the learned helplessness to me. That's the reason why I don't like the game right now. Is that I don't feel like for example in classic WoW, like I would want to get ahead in BWL, so I would be ready for AQ40. I would want to get ready for Nax. I would want to get ready for BWL. Like there was a reason, like I'd want to get ready for the raid release. Like now there's nothing to get ready for. And like you're right. I mean, there's definitely always like game functions that just like feel awful. And I feel like whenever you have a game, that's what so many live service games are at now. Like especially like power creep live service games. Like there are games that don't really have that bad of like power creep, but like, oh my God. Like some of them are awful. Like WoW is terrible. Like every 4 months, your character just gets effectively reset.
Is it even 4 months? No, it might even be quicker. That's what's crazy.
Is, right?
And the thing is like in a weird way, imagine if back in the day you got patches quicker. It would have been a good thing. Now getting patches quicker actually feels like a bad thing in WoW, which is also crazy. I'm hoping that Classic WoW is good. I don't have my hopes, or Classic Plus or whatever. I don't have my hopes up. But here's the thing that I will say. No matter what, good or bad, it's the last rodeo. That's why I'm saying this is the one. We do one last big moment.
We were talking about this. We were in that call. We were talking about this with other people, right? It's it's like we have one last time. We're going to make a guild with everybody. We're going to have everybody together for one final hurrah. Actually, the second to last, because let's be honest, the last one will be Riot. Because when the Riot MMO comes out, and it inevitably fails, because I'm sorry, I like the guys at Riot, I love the guys at Riot, but man, like how the fuck are you gonna make an MMO nowadays, right? How are you gonna do it?
I actually am so glad you brought it up, because I messaged you last week after we had me on, and I was like, oh shit, we forgot to talk about Helenka, and I have this. And I'm curious if you.
Oh, Mr. Ashran, I can't wait to see what they come up with next.
So. I think we have both spent a lot of time in our careers where when you don't think of the faces that are attached to the video game, it's really easy to sit there and be like, man, the devs should kill themselves. Like, fuck these devs.
Yeah. I like Helenka. He's a great guy, but like, damn, bro, you really fucked up in WoD. You really didn't know what the hell you were doing.
So here's the thing. I've spent
up big time.
I've spent a lot more time with him than you have.
Yeah.
As like a human.
Sure.
Have you met him in real life?
I never have.
Okay.
And he seems like a great guy.
So the last time I saw him in person, because I was working on his game, right? I was presenting his game, so we had like a relationship.
There was a rapport.
He was such a good guy to everybody always.
Yeah.
And I've talked to him about game designs and ideas and all of these things. Every single thing, I would agree with him on so many things. And when I didn't agree, I saw where he was coming from, and he would have a conversation with you. As far as a thinker and out of the game devs that I met at Blizzard, he was by far the best that I ever talked to about being reasonable, seeing the sides of all these things, thinking out these gameplay mechanics. But then you look at his track record, and obviously he was involved in some things in WoW that people didn't like Ashran. And then also, I think he is coming off a little bit of a bruise with, he went with Greg to work on.
So they made Ghost. Yeah. And so Greg Street was Ghost Crawler. And that was like, he was a very, very well-known developer for World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
And then he started working at Riot, actually. Like, he was one of the first people to work at Riot. And, like, I don't really know why, but, like, then he left Riot. I think it was actually for, like, family reasons.
I don't think so, but I'm not sure if this is 100% confirmed.
I mean, I think it was both, actually, because there was, like, some issue with, like, some person. Like,
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was probably, like, it might have been, like, a serendipity thing where, like, both
I
things
thought the
aligned.
company had a mutual, like, not like a falling out.
I kind of assumed that this is my conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Was that Greg was trying to make WoW 2, and Riot realized that, and they were like, "This isn't the future." And so then I think that they tried to recalibrate.
Yeah, I think that there were two camps, and then basically some of them went with Ghostcrawler,
Right.
some of them stayed at Riot, and they made two different games.
I just wish that I mean, I saw Ghost, like, I just really didn't. I remember, like, I interviewed Greg about it, like, on my last podcast, and it was like, you know, like, you've got a number of good ideas.
Yeah.
But it's like, I'm so sick of thinking about ideas. I'm so sick of imagining if a game is going to be good. I'm even, like, this is going to sound awful. I'm just so fat and lazy now. I'm so sick of even giving feedback on games. Just feed me the goy slop, and that's it. Let me just sit back and just enjoy it. I don't want to hear, like, I don't want to give, like, this is what's wrong with it. That's the problem. I don't know. Fucking figure it. Oh, you don't have it figured it out? Okay, that's great. I'll be back when you do.
Here's the thing with Ghost,
3 years, it's fine.
The thing with Ghost that sucks, the only thing that really does suck about it, what was released and what people saw, I think it was like Lazy Peon, Co-Carnage, and sorry, it was Josh.
I feel so bad for Lazy Peon. Like, dude,
with Ashes as well.
He is just every fucking video game. Like, he was a huge BDO guy. BDO flopped the fuck out. He was a huge guy for, I think it was Lost Ark or something. That flopped the fuck out. The worst one was New World. New World flops the fuck out. And he's like, well, at least we still have Ashes of Creation, right? And it was just like, I remember watching his video after the game died, and he just, like, I have seen YouTube apologies where it's like, you know, some guy ends up killing his wife and kids, and he's less fucking apologetic than Lazy Peon. He's like, I'm so sorry. I think that MMOs I really think it's over. And it's like,
that video made me so fucking sad.
It was so sad, bro. And it's like, and you're right. It was Josh Stripe-Hayes, Lazy Peon, Co-Carnage, and like a handful of other guys.
And it was just like, it was a vertical slice. So
it was.
It was super early.
I
They were
didn't
trying to
even
get the
look
rest of
at
the
it.
funding.
I did.
It looked, to be fair, horrible.
Yeah.
But the thing is like a lot of games look horrible when they're in that place.
Remember the Sea of Thieves one?
Yeah, it takes a long time to like. At least this is how it used to feel. I know game development's changed a long time since I've been involved. In it. But I remember I would sit there even making like small indie games, and you know I was very fortunate. A lot of the people who I went to school with and I was making those games with.
You went to some school with some wizards, man.
Yeah, I mean, dude, look at Kenny Son's taking over the world.
I've got to play this expansion.
Oh,
man.
dude, huge congratulations to Kenny.
Yeah.
I mean, him. There were so many talented people and so many incredibly talented professors. I mean, Bennett Foddy was one of the professors in my
Yeah,
program.
you had him. I forgot.
He made QWOP, Getting Over It. What a sick man. But a lot of like when I would sit there and I would make a game, I would have an idea of what I was going to do, and the game never turned out being that way because you would like fuck something up and you'd be like, damn, that's like kind of fun. Like that this floaty feeling in the game right here, that feels good. I'm going to run with this.
The thing is, like, you have that. Like, I used to do animation, right? And like, I did animation from like ages like 12 to like 17, right? And that would happen all the time where you would just do something and it was like, I accidentally made something insanely fucking badass and cool.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? And it's like, I feel like that's part of the creative process that like, it seems like nobody really talks about that ever.
Because I feel like it's
like,
not as there anymore. There used to be this like spirit in the machine, you know?
The happy little accidents.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And that was such a huge part of game design. And you even look back at World of Warcraft, and there are some fingerprints of that. I mean, you look at...
Well, Kevin Jordan even said that.
Yeah.
He was one of the original game designers of Classic WoW. And like, I remember I asked him, we asked him, he was on the show.
Yeah.
I remember, dude, do you remember how popular that show was?
Oh, so good.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Like, that was, like, honestly, we would usually lose viewers whenever we would do all crap.
Yeah. Because we were talking about WoW.
Yeah, Kevin Jordan, bro, like, everybody was just sitting there like, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody was fucking there. And like, we were like, okay, so how much of this was planned? How much of this wasn't? He's like, half and half, maybe? Like the other half just kind of happened, right? And it's like kind of it's like an onion, right? Where it's like a great game is like an onion with like infinitely many incredibly great layers to it. And a bad game is like an onion that is just like a stronger and stronger concentration of literal shit.
They would always tell us that like how to like to channel that and to focus on that and like think about emergent gameplay and to basically always view the players like they would literally, and you hear me say it sometimes and people are like make fun of me for saying it, but they would always drill into our head the player is an agent of chaos. He's an agent of chaos, agent of chaos, and you would try to use
one.
So but now every now and then there were things in World of Warcraft that are so brilliant that take that into account when you look at level design. When you go into that first cave, the Yeti cave, the reason that it's set up like that is because that quest that you're on where you have to kill the named NPC, when you walk through the cave, you are always in a position that you will see him. So the player feels like they've discovered something,
the framing,
but you've been guided there. And
well, that's the difference between like yellow paint and signposting.
Exactly.
Right? And so like every great video game has yellow paint. The greatest video games aren't yellow paint though. It just shows like yellow paint.
And the fun part is when the player doesn't go that way, if the game's made well enough, they find something fucking cool along the way.
Yeah, exactly.
But you even look at Dead Mines. I mean, there was a bunch of really interesting emergent things that happened there because they weren't supposed to be able to fit that ship inside of that instance, right? And that changed fundamentally things about the game. And then you look down the road, and because that it was made like that, it caused problems later. I hope I don't get like in trouble for saying this, but I mean, like one of the big ones